Good morning to you all. I welcome you all to the International Workshop on Technology-Driven Voter Registration. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all for this workshop. I'm also expected to give the introductory remarks too. At the outset, the very backbone of this workshop has been our Chief Electoral Officer, Sri Anbu Kumar sir. I, on behalf of all of you, welcome him to the workshop. Mr. Raghavendra, our joint CEO, has been always helping us for having this workshop. I welcome Mrs. Raghavendra. Mr. Hiramat, a senior consultant, monitoring cell. He has gone through the whole material of the election EMBs and finalized the whole report in volume 1 and 2. And he is the main man behind this whole workshop. I welcome him too. On this occasion, I welcome all the honorable speakers who are physically here and also some are attending virtually. Madam Shubha Kalyan, Deputy Commissioner of Tumkur, Mr. Bubalan, Chief Executive Officer of Center for E-Governance, Mr. Rahul Shinde, Chief Executive Officer of Jilla Panchayat Belgaum, Mr. Jubin Mahapatra, Municipal Commissioner Raichur, Dr. R.H. Gaudar, Professor VTU Belgaum, Dr. Sneha, Director of Physically Differently Challenged Department, Srimati Shilpa Sharma, Deputy Commissioner and District Magistrate, Bidar, Srimati Kirtana, Chief Executive Officer of Jilla Panchayat, Chikmagalur, Dr. Jasmine Joseph, Professor, National Law School of India University, Sri Ramesh, Commissioner, Greater Bangalore Authority, Bangalore South, Dr. Jitamitri Desai, Professor, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, Dr. Mahantesh N. Birje, Professor, VTU Belgaum, Sri Sharath Chandra Dodwar, Legal Advisor, High Court of Karnataka, Sri Yashwant Gurukar, Deputy Commissioner, District Magistrate, Ramnagar, Dr. Mahesh Babu, Director of Women and Child Development, Sri Mohammad Roshan, Deputy Commissioner, District Magistrate, Belgaum, and concluding remarks would be given by Professor Madheswaran. He is advisor to Jain University and former Director of ISEC. I welcome all the honorable speakers. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the DEOs, Jilla Panchayat CEOs, Commissioners of GBA, professors from IIT, IIM, senior officers, invitees, and our EROs, AEROs, BLO supervisors, BLOs, ELCs, all the officers of the sweep who are all attending this program virtually. I welcome you all. I also welcome our joint CEOs, Mr. Dhyanesh, Mr. Yogesh, our Deputy CEO, Vandana, and also Mr. Madhu and Mr. Raghavan to this workshop. I'd be failing in my duty if I do not welcome Mr. Mahendra, Mr. Tirupati, Mr. Vijayanand, who is looking after the information and publicity, and our technical team of Divya, Fahim, Kotesh, Arun, Pradeep, Nagesh, and also the personal staff of our CEO office, Manasa, Dhanaraj, Lakshmi, who are all roped in to ensure that this workshop goes in time and is communicated to all. Now, this workshop is organized by the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer in association with IIIDM under the chairship of International IDEA and Election Commission of India. This workshop is mainly a structured platform for validation of draft thematic report. The draft thematic report has already been shared with you. After studying 87 electoral management bodies, a first volume has been shared with you. Similarly, the second volume, having details of all these 87 countries, also has been shared with you all for that. And the objectives of this workshop are to ensure that all the experts in various fields who are related with the election, who are professors, who have dealt elections long ago, I mean now also, and who are technologically professionals, and many of the speakers who have been interacting have been telling that when we go to advanced stage of technology, we also have trouble of cyber security and others. So we have all participants in this program, and the sessions will be mainly 5. First will be the population register-based automatic registration program. Second will be biometric voters registration systems. Third will be digital identified enabled registration system. Fourth is a hybrid digital acquired registration system. Then permanent computerized voter registration system. It will be followed by conclusion, and also conclusion report will be submitted. So here we are requesting all to give your expertise, give your inputs to validate all that findings has been done. If anything needs to be added, the strengths and weaknesses of these reports, and what way forward we need to take. This is the purpose of this workshop. I once again welcome all of you to this workshop. And I request our Chief Executive Officer, Chief Electoral Officer, Sri Anbu Kumar sir, to give the introductory address. Welcome, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಡ್ರಿವನ್ ವೋಟರ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಎಂಬ ಒಂದು ಹೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ ವಸ್ತ್ರತ್, ಅವರ ಸ್ವಿಪ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹಿರೇಮಠ್, ಅವರ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಭೂಪಾಲನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಶುಭಾ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಹುಲ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಕೀರ್ತನ, and all the senior officers present here, and all my joint CEOs, and senior professors from reputed institutes of Bengaluru, Indian Institute of Management, Law University, Indian Institute of Science, VTU, and all other institutes, and my research assistants, Mr. Tirupati, Mr. Karthik, and all the participants who are present here, and all the officers and other people who are watching this conference through online also. Once again, I welcome all of you to this conference, and good morning to everyone. Before getting into the subject, we should understand what is the need for this workshop, how it has started, what is the basic for it. So India, the biggest democracy in the world, we are very proud to be such a nice developing democracy. At the same time, we need to know what is happening around the world in other democracies. Especially the topic given to us is technology driven voters registration, because the pillar of any democracy must be voter. So in this context, this year India has taken the chairship of International IDEA. There is an institute called International Institute of Democratic Assistance. India becomes the chair of that group this year. So around 87 countries in the world are following democracy as of now. So of the 87 countries, India is holding the chairship of this year, and we are having continuous programs. So in the January of January this year, we had an international conference. People from around 70 countries have participated, including US and Japan, all these countries. So in that conference, we have decided we should focus on next 25 years of democracy, how democracy will take shape in the next 25 years. So it may be election, it may be electronic voting machines, it may be code of conduct, it may be election expenditure, it may be qualification of the voter, it may be qualification for the candidates, whatever be the aspect. All the aspects of elections need to be studied by all of us, by all the countries. That's how it was decided in the conference. After that, our Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commission of India has decided AAADM will have all the conferences. We have one wonderful institute called AAADM. So that institute is coordinating all the exercise. So out of this, every CEO is given a particular topic. You need to study the particular topic. If it is necessary, you are supposed to visit some countries also. I was about to visit France by June 29 because of SIR. We are postponing it to October. And I was supposed to visit Kenya also. But both the visits are postponed because of SIR is announced in Karnataka. Otherwise, we would have visited France and would have visited Kenya also. So we need to have some first-hand study about the systems, what they have in the concerned countries. So what are the issues we can, idu remove ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ chair? Chair super remove ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? So the presentation can continue. Yeah. So what are the issues ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕಲಿಯಬಹುದು ಎಂಬ ಅಂಶವನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಮಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So based on that issue, by the what's the guidance of AAADM, as per the directions of Election Commission of India, and as consulted with international IDEA, we have requested academicians in Bangalore and administrators Bangalore, research assistants from Bangalore, and some other people who are interested, especially officers, secretaries who are working with the downtrodden, with people who are not able to get connected technically. So all these things, we requested all the concerned secretaries, concerned deputy commissioners, professors, and people who have a lot of experience, especially lawyers also, National Law School. So all this will be requested. Many of them have participated beautifully. They attended conferences in Delhi, and they've been helping us to finalize the document. So the document which you have shared with you, it's a 2,000-page document, very large for you to, but you can refer majority of the pages, will be very interesting. It studies about the major aspects of voter registration, because the topic given to CEO Karnataka is technology-driven voters registration. That is the topic which has been given to CEO Karnataka. So we will be dealing with technology-driven voter registration. So in what way the technology is used, otherwise how the voters are registered in other countries, which are the countries are following different aspects of voter registration. All these things will be a nice this thing for you to read. So being a citizen of this country, being officers holding some responsibilities, being people who are doing some research, being professors who are spreading ideas and opinions and all the guidance research papers. So all of us have a responsibility on us as per our role. So we can contribute to the report. So I request all your kind self who are present in the conference and the people who are attending through online also, kindly contribute, kindly go through the data, whatever we have given to you. And we have given it to you for validation purpose. So if at all you need to suggest, kindly suggest something. And if you want to add, definitely please suggest us. So we will be taking all your suggestions with due respect, and we will be in a position to add other things also. So ultimately, we are not going to finalize anything here. It is only a study. We are going to study the world to the limited, with the limitation of the time, with the limitation of our experience, in the sense getting some document directly from the countries, searching through internet and through other sources years, how the democracy itself will take shape, how technology should help us in doing voter registration. All these things are definitely issue need to be studied in detail, so that all the suggestions can be sent to the Election Commission of India through AAADM, and it will be placed in the international forums probably in December, when the Election Commission of India will decide when will they have the next meeting and all. So India can present a better studies. So previously also we shared one book with the group, of course with academic experts and all. It studied about all the 80 countries, which are the 87 we say EMBs, Electoral Management Bodies. Like what we say Election Commission of India, we normally use the term electoral management bodies or election management bodies. Election management bodies of all the other countries also. You could study, and it's a very beautiful thing to read how a voter can register, what is the qualification the voter should have, who is the eligible voter, what is the eligibility for a candidate to contest the election, how the election is conducted, how many people are voting, participating in the election, what is happening during law and order and other issues and all during election times, how the elections are declared, what is the time taken from the voting to declaration of election. So all these things are very interesting to study if you are a little interested in studying democracies and the way the democracies conduct themselves, evolving themselves. So my request to all of you, your experience and your interest will definitely have greater inputs into this data. So I request all of you, whatever is possible, kindly go through, especially the subject which you are interested in. It will be, we'll be very happy to have your suggestions. And many speakers are going to participate also. Many secretaries are joining, Secretary of Women and Child Welfare, all of them are joining. So we should try to know all the perspective also. For example, the title is named as Technology Driven Voter Registration. There may be a significant percentage of population who are away from technology, who the technology would not have reached. For example, tribal communities. How the technology driven voter registration can help them? How are you going to include them? Because any process should be inclusive. So what are the things we should learn from other countries, how the things are happening? So all these things must be a very good study. So I think this workshop will give a fair idea about how the democracies are functioning in the world, what are the important aspects regarding voter registration is concerned. All these things you will be, at least in your future postings and in you have a long way to go. So your experience will definitely add some very good quality to the issue, I believe. So that's why we invited all of you. Thanks once again. I sincerely thank all of you for joining. I have a small presentation. It must be less than 9 slides or 10 slides, I think. So it's a small presentation which will give you a fair idea about what we are thinking of conveying it to you. Yes. Next. Yeah, we studied 87 EMBs, election management bodies. If you can have a question, have you visited all the countries? We cannot physically visit all the countries. We have communicated to all the 87 election management bodies with a questionnaire. These are the questionnaire we want to send it to you, and kindly please answer the questions from your side. So many of them have answered. Remaining thing we try to take the source from AAADM. So they have given some data to us, and some data is collected through internet also. This is a source collection process. So normally it's a global perspective, technology driven, evidence based, it's inclusive, and the shared planning. Yes, next. So we followed some 9-step methodology which is clearly guided by AAADM. It is decided in the conference itself. When we go for the study, we will follow all these 9-step methodologies. So every CEO will be following all these 9-step methodology. It's a scoping and framework, and it's a literature collection, it's case selection analysis, thematic analysis. Then all the 9 steps has been very clearly given, and we are in the middle of these steps. Next. So these are the countries. If you take all the 87 EMBs, election management bodies of the world, around 16 EMBs are in Latin America and Caribbean, 28 are in Africa, and Oceania around 5 EMBs, North America 10 EMBs, Europe 24 EMBs, Asia 24 EMBs, and if you could take the percentage, North America around 11%, Latin America around 18%, Europe around 28%, Africa around 28%, Asia 28%, and Oceania 6% of the democracies. So that's how the world is having democracy. If you could see the world, these are the percentage or numbers, whatever it is, number of countries, whatever it is, across the world, following democracy. So democracy is the biggest model, or it's the most popular model, most trusted model by a huge number of population of the world. Next. 5 dominant, what are the models we said is, after studying all these things, there are some models, we come across some models. The first model is population register based automatic systems. So there's a thing called citizenship register, there's a thing called population register. In India we don't have this as of now, but some countries have. That's one of the most popular model. For example, it's a population register based automatic systems. Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Netherlands, France, and others. I was very much interested to go to France and study this model. Somehow I think it's getting postponed for next 2-3 months, but I would like to study. I'll definitely visit and study the France model also. Otherwise, I would have presented you after studying it, but somehow. So this is the model. Second one is biometric voter registration systems. Brazil, Mexico, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Peru, and other countries are following those model. Next one is digital identity enabled systems. Estonia, Republic of Korea and others are following this model. And hybrid digital and assisted registration models. India, Indonesia, Philippines, Nepal, Colombia, Mauritius, others are following. India is following a hybrid model. Pardon, Rahul? Okay, hybrid model. Next, permanent computerized digital voter register systems. So some countries, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, Samoa and others are following. And of course, the last one is paper model. There is no technology involved, it's a regular paper-based work model. So that's also around 4 countries are following. So these are the popular models available. And if you take PRA, around 42 countries are following. It's a population register-based automatic systems. So in India, many people used to ask us, SAR bandaga jamge jana keltare, and now 18 adukuli yake automatically voter madudilla nammanna. If somebody is dead, why don't you delete their names from the voter list? Why can't it be made automatic? So you will come through all these questions and answers, or the process to be taken to take all these necessary steps during the process. So it will definitely kindle your ideas. If you are interested in little social engineering or little democratic oriented issues, it will definitely kindle your ideas. So 42 countries, most popular model is PRA model. It's a population register based automatic systems. And the next is around 16 countries following biometric voter registration systems. For example, Kenya. We had an opportunity to discuss with the Kenyan election management body chairman, His Excellency Mr. Erastus. He was there with us for 3 days in Delhi for a conference. We were able to extensively discuss. So in Kenya, they are taking earlobes, iris and fingerprints of all the voter during registration. So being election authorities, some of you would have worked in elections and many of you know elections and all. So in my opinion, we should have this registration in 2 issues. One, while registering the voter. Secondly, while identifying the voter in the polling booth. That is also important aspect to be discussed, because registering the voter is equally important, no doubt. At the same time, one more important thing in the process is identifying the voter in the polling booth. If you are, for example, Kenya has a wonderful system of registering a voter through biometric systems. But they are not identifying the voter in the polling booth, used on the same systems. But some countries are having identifying the voter. So you can study all these models, which will give you a fair idea about how the democratic process goes on. Around digital identity, around 6 countries are using. And India is using a hybrid model. It's a hybrid digital and assisted registration model. For example, Form 6 can be applied by any individual online. You don't need to go to any authority to register yourself as a voter. If you are Indian, if you are not less than 18 years, if you are not barred by courts and if you are of sound mind, you can register to become a voter online in India. You don't need to go to any individual's office. At the same time, the individual is authorized to visit your house to verify the document. We follow a hybrid model. So that's a model which we are following. And the next, so you can definitely go through all these models, that whatever the document we have presented, it has enough data to study all these models. Definitely it will kindle the idea of people who are studying, and you can have suggestions. For example, every change in India need to have very good legal backup, and it should be approved by an act of parliament. For example, we previously followed ballot paper systems. Now we are following electronic voting machines. So this change is a very big change, but it was supported by amendment by act of parliament. Like the same way, any change should have the support of law. If the law need to support us, then the system need to be very, very clear. It should be inclusive, it should be supportive, it should be transparent, it should be trustworthy. So many things are there. So you can study, being a very young and being a more experienced professors, research assistants and all, you can definitely contribute by studying all these systems. We definitely hope. Our team has made lot of efforts. I have around more than 35 data entry operators who struggled for more than a month to collect all the data. And I have some senior officers, Mr. Vasrath, Mr. Hiramet, Mr. Mahindra, Ms. Vandana, Ms. Jnane, Mr. Jnanesh, and Mr. Raghavendra. All the team members have put a lot of efforts. And Mr. Arun, Ms. Divya, Ms. Kotesh, and Mr. Fahim, all these people have put a lot of efforts to get all the data collected together. So it comes to you in a very nice form. I am sure you will definitely cherish the data and you will comment on it. Next. So how cases are selected and analyzed? These are the cases, since whichever the model is, whichever the greater model, we studied all the models. Wherever the numbers are more, we studied all the models. So now by this study, we could know what are the challenges or gaps in voter registration existed by studying some countries who are following some models. Now we can study our systems also. What are the challenges, what are the gaps is there, and what are the solutions technology or something can give to us. How technology can connect us better and through what way, all these things. And what are the outcomes and impacts, and what we can learn from others' experience, and what are the suggestions we can take and implement to our systems. So that's how this workshop is aimed at. So this workshop is aimed at giving you all the information and to churn some discussions among the people, among the researchers, among some elites, to to study all these aspects and to suggest what are the suggestion model can be adopted, what are the steps can be adopted to Indian system. So that will also be a point. Next. So ultimately, these are the things which is important if we need to adopt. One, it should not have digital divide and it should have accessibility in voter registration. Another one is data accuracy and deduplication should be there, and cybersecurity data protection should be there. Transparency, public trust and verification mechanisms should be equally established in any system. Institutional capacity, sustainability, operation readiness should be there with the system also to adopt any technical interventions. And its institutional coordination, interoperability. So these are the suggestions which has been given by our committee. If at all we need to take any suggestion to any recommendation to Indian system, it should fulfill all these things. It should not be the technology should not divide people. It should be inclusive. So there should not be a digital divide, and data accuracy should be there. In power cut. And cybersecurity data protection, transparency, especially public trust and verification mechanism. And we've been studying nowadays, after every election, even yesterday also there was an article, some foreigners have come and voted. All these things in Tamil Nadu election. So, though I don't want to mention anything in detail, but things are happening. So how the integrity of the system is maintained. So we need to have an institutional capacity. Institutions need to have the capacity to maintain. We may suggest certain great things, but how the institutions could maintain all those things. So that also need to be studied. So these are the issues which and inclusion is fundamental to democracy. Accurate voter list strengthen the credibility, and protecting data is very, very important. So all these is we have given the suggestions. Next. So it continues. Next. That's all. Last one. Yeah. So we would like to put some more interesting things also. If you go to Canada, on the day of election, you can update your details. On the day of election. So Canada has a wonderful system. They have eligible citizens can register, update or confirm their details at the polling place on election day. So that the system they have. If you take Estonia, they have different system. If you go to Brazil, they have biometric identification. You should deduplicate the records. So, so all these systems in India, what are systems we are using? We have ECANet, ERONet, all these things. So we have given some of the important systems which we can study. Next. Yeah. So these are the. This is for the academicians and others to study and give the report finally. Next. Over. Yeah. So again, these are the same things we are recommending. If at all we need to suggest, if you need to copy, we copy, not copy. If we need to follow, if we need to learn, if we need to adopt some other good systems, it should be legal and institutional foundation. We should bring everything into the act. It should be legal and it should have the legal foundation also. And it should be inclusive and accessible registration, accurate and integrated data systems. Same things only. Next. Next. Yeah. So that's all from my side. These are things we'd like to bring it to our esteemed audience, in the sense who are listening through online, and the esteemed guests who are present here today before us. So these are things CEO Karnataka office have studied the past 3-4 months to our level best and presenting to you, and it's been sent to you as soft copy also. A hard copy is also given to you now. I request all of you kindly participate in the discussions in detail and give your suggestions. And in future also, when you take some responsibility of delivering all these services, kindly take all these issues into your knowledge so that people can benefit. Ultimately, a strong, what to say, a very pure and strong electoral roll with the good registration systems, voter registration systems, will ensure the democracy goes very far, and it should be an inclusive thing. So we from the CEO office, we studied this much. I'm very sure after this discussion and after submitting these papers, definitely there will be more awareness among the groups regarding voter registration, and we'll have an opportunity to study how other countries are doing voter registration and how other democracies are functioning. And I am also very much willing to know from other CEOs and during the conference how other systems are followed. It's only voter registration. What happens during the poll day, how the counting happens, is there any electronic voting machines used or some other mode of machines are there, and what about the law and order and other aspects in elections. So definitely this knowledge will enrich every democracy, and if India need to go forward, if India need to adopt some changes, this will become eye-opener for us to study the other systems also. In that way, I am very sincerely thankful to Honorable Election Commission of India and AAADM and all of you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. You have almost covered the whole 2,000 pages in your 10 minutes brief introduction. I'm sure the speakers also would have appreciated the amount of work and the study and analysis that has been done in the brief introductory remarks itself. The first of the sessions out of the 5, we start with population register-based automatic registration system. As already CEO sir has said, this is the most highly adapted model in the world, and it is most strong in European countries and very nice countries to visit also: Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands. And it's all mostly related to the population registers. Next. The population register ensures a very good database, national database, and it records all the events. The moment the child is born, then whatever the changes happen, I think moment at the age of 18 gets into the voter register, then if they transfer to some other place or any change of address, that is also attended to. And they have a robust system of updating the population register. So when we say system, I think we'll have to look at all our offices. I think our registers where births and deaths are maintained, I think it is from the municipal commissioners to village accountants to gram panchayats. So the system must be so strong, and one register which is able to maintain all these events, and then subsequently the voter registration too. The voter registration, since it is automatic, it is ready for election anytime. Whereas we have to get ready almost every year, and then every quarterly we update so many things. And this efficiency we look at how quickly the work is done. I mean, within a limited time and with a good engine. So here, the efficiency is very good because the moment population register is updated, everything falls in line. The whole database falls in line. Second thing is, the citizen need not have to go from office to office. So only one register is able to capture most of the data. I think that makes a lot of information. So that's why most of these countries have adopted this. Next. This slide has got bird. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So each of these countries have innovated various inventions at their levels. With the development of time and technology, each one has innovative things they have done. Next. So next. So ultimately, all the findings which have been found, we need to check and validate whether all the election bodies have been included in this model, whether the findings have been fully studied, anything else needs to be added, whether the innovations done by various countries, each of the countries, have we left out anything? That also needs to be checked and validated. And with the passage of time, with the passage of technology, many things change and many things need to be added. So with that in mind, we'll have to check what more needs to be added. So this is the session that we are going to go on. First of the speakers on this session would be Madam Shubha Kalyan. She is the Deputy Commissioner and District Magistrate of Tumkur. She will be talking on validation of aspirational benchmarks, transferability and gaps. Madam is 2014 batch IAS. She is an electronics and communication engineer from Anna University. She has earlier worked with Bank of America in the United States. She has served in several important occasions. She has been CEO of Jila Panchayat Tumkur, and she has won the election award on the National Voters Day from the Honorable Governor. She has also worked in the midday meals as director, and she has also been the director of e-governance, and now she is heading Tumkur district as district magistrate and deputy commissioner and district election officer. May I request you, ma'am, to deliver your address.
Honorable Chief Electoral Officer Shri Anbu Kumar Sir, Senior Consultants Shri Vastrat Sir, Hiremat Sir, Honorable Joint CEOs Raghavendra Sir, Jnanesh Sir, other dignitaries, academicians, my dear colleagues, it is indeed a great privilege to be present and be part of the international workshop on technology-driven voter registration. So today, I would like to present on the topic, Population Register-Based Automatic Voter Registration System, Validation of Aspirational Benchmarks, Transferability, and Gaps. Next slide, please. Next slide. To break it down, let us just start and understand what is PRA, what are certain benchmarks of a good PRA system, basic criteria, conditions, if these are aspirational or already implemented in certain election conducting bodies, or are they nice to have features in the future, as evolution is a continuous process. And we shall also discuss on the possibilities of transferring these benchmarks to other countries. How much is it possible to adapt to these benchmarks in countries like India, where we have a hybrid model? And what are the gaps in the existing system? So let us first understand that so far, only countries with strong civil registration ecosystem and national digital identity infrastructure have adopted to the PRA system. Out of the 42 countries, 24 belongs to the European Union, which have adopted PRA, and Europe demonstrates strongest concentration of population register-based automatic system. Just about PRA, a few facts I would like to share with the audience. Population register-based automatic voter registration system, it is considered to be the most inclusive voter registration modes. Basically, it eliminates citizen initiating the voter registration process, eliminates the necessity of citizen to interact with the electoral authorities to register. Hence, the significant burden it shifts from the citizen to the public administration institutions. And it also reduces the procedural barriers affecting majority of the population, and mainly it reduces the behavioral dependency of public at large. But success of this mainly depends on the completeness and reliability of the population register. Countries like Sweden has been an evidence to highly integrated population register ecosystem. Finland is an example of highly interoperable system, and Norway is pioneer of real-time synchronization between the databases, and Netherlands is an example of municipal synchronization architecture. Hence, it has been proved that the PRA systems have evolved across the ECBs beyond automatic registration into an integrated governance system. Other broader evidences are also seen in countries like Austria, Portugal, Ireland, and Peru. Now we have basically understood what PRA is. Some exemplary features in certain countries, and now we move on to the benchmarks and understand how it is implemented, if widely implemented or not, and if these benchmarks can be adopted in other countries. So first, moving on to the first benchmark, which is near real-time register synchronization, which means continuous updation and near real-time updation of the system and databases. The studies strongly suggest and support that continuous population updates have happened in Norway, and highly synchronized population records is evident in Sweden, and the integrated system architecture is found in Finland. Next slide, please. Next slide. Moving on to the next aspirational benchmark, number 2, which is basically the whole of government interoperability. Nothing but seamless interoperability between government databases, improving efficiency and service delivery. Portugal has exhibited administrative interoperability. Let us understand what is interoperability. Interoperability is nothing but interaction between the civil databases and the national identity register. Databases basically speaking to each other between the electoral database and the other admin databases, maybe the birth and death register database and the other municipal administration databases. Such interoperability ensures continuous flow of information and verification of electoral rolls. Studies have assessed that interoperability is supported in multiple of the 42 countries. Moving on to the third benchmark, which is proactive citizen services. The PRA system has moved to a proactive voter service system. For example, Sweden, citizen-oriented administrative services, automatic address updates are reflected in the electoral records. These improve the citizen experience and work towards the convenience of the citizen. The evidence also suggests that the existing PRA models do have adopted proactive citizen service, and it might and should not be considered as a futuristic as it's already in place. Moving on to the aspirational benchmark number 4, which is basically data analytics and predictive road maintenance. Advanced data analytics can support register quality as well as planning. Data analytics can be used for anomaly detection, duplicate identification, quality assessment, address quality monitoring. Analytics in the 42 countries is still in the aspirational stage rather than a standard practice. Moving on to the fifth aspirational benchmark, which is the responsible use of artificial intelligence. There is only limited documentation of AI use in PRAs and EMBs. There are potential usages of chatbots, workflow optimization, and data quality monitoring, but this is a aspirational benchmark as of today, considering the privacy safeguards and accountability. Moving on to the third segment of the presentation, which is basically how transferable is the PRA practices. Here, we have, based on the execution in the 42 countries and studies, continuous updation is a highly transferable evidence. Interoperability, it's from moderate to high. Real-time synchronization is moderate. Proactive services to citizen is again highly transferable. And AI-enabled administration is a emerging benchmark. So there are also gaps which have been identified and studied for further strengthening of the PRA systems. In Portugal, there has been gaps with regard to interoperability. In Austria, there has been some coordination issues between the various agencies. And overall, there are gaps which have been studied with regard to cybersecurity and digital trust, which can be improved further. Overall, it is studied that effectiveness of the PRA system, it depends on the completeness of the civil registry, inter-agency operability, data security, clear legal stand, public trust. The population registry should be strong and comprehensive. And always a balance need to be striked between digital efficiency, voter accessibility, and cyber security. Next slide, please. So, based on such studies and how it can be implemented in India currently we are under hybrid model, and we already possess around 70 to 80% of the technical foundations. Karnataka is among the most prepared states, I would say, due to its mature digital governance system. Karnataka pilot could provide a more realistic pathway towards eventual nationwide implementation of PRA. For example, in phase 1, we could have the birth and death integration done in the electoral roll. The phase 2, we might as well have the first-time voter automatic enrollment in the electoral roll. And the phase 3, we could have the continuous address and the migration updates done. And the phase 4 would be the fully automated PRA. Karnataka being pioneer in systems like Bhumi, Kaveri, Kudumpa, it could be considered as a pilot state. I would once again like to thank our Honorable CEO, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this international workshop and share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shubha ma'am. Now we break for tea for 10 minutes, and immediately after tea, the sessions will start again. Please join for tea. I welcome all to come to the hall. Welcome to all after tea. Now, as part of the population register-based automatic register system model, next speaker would be Sri Bubulan, Chief Executive Officer, Center for E-Governance, on the topic Review of Literature, Standards, Evidence. Sri Bubulan is an IS officer of 2015 batch, currently serving as Chief Executive Officer of the Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. He is a computer science engineer with advanced degrees in public management and taxation and business laws. He has held several election-related responsibilities. He was District Election Officer, Electoral Registration Officer, and Returning Officer at Bijapur. He was recognized as one of the best returning officers during the Karnataka Legislative General Assembly elections. May I request Sri Bubulan to address the gathering.
Respected CO sir, Vastrat sir, and all other officials of the CO office, the participants of this workshop, a very good morning to one and all. The topic given to me is review of literature, standards and comparative evidence regarding the PRA model. So I have to relate it with how I am currently undertaking my responsibilities at the Center for E-Governance. So to give a brief introduction about Center for E-Governance, we are interested with the responsibility of implementing the digital transformation initiatives of the government of Karnataka. So we maintain the digital public infrastructure for the government of Karnataka and even other organizations like the High Court, Lokayukta, even for CO office also we are supporting. And we have lot of projects that are being maintained by us. For example, the Kudumba, which is the family registry, Fruits, which is the farmers registry, and we have the portals related to the students, even the scholarship and other government projects are routed through our DBT platform. Because I am going to give these examples in the slides to come, and I am going to relate how the study that we are undertaking today can be correlated with the existing mechanisms in the government of Karnataka. So the analytical framework for population register based voter registration has to be validated from the perspective study that we are practitioner. So the purpose of the validation here is to examine whether the literature cited in the given material is adequately supporting the findings of PRA, then whether the standards and principles are being applied or of the international norms, whether we have a comparative evidence from other countries which are having PRA models to arrive into the conclusions, and whether any additional evidences or support can be incorporated into the given literature. To start with, first, the register-based electoral administration is a system that is maintained by majority of the countries, as it was mentioned by the CEO sir and even my colleague Subha Kalyanji. So the population registers are considered to be a foundation for the complete and continuous voter roll validation. So why we are taking it as a perfect methodology method to follow in the countries that are given in the list are they are being favorable to certain conditions in that particular countries, but we have to analyze whether they can be applicable in the other countries as well. So the standard given is the accuracy of the data, the completeness of the data, and the currency of the voter registers. So we have drawn comparative evidence from various countries such as Sweden, Norway, Belgium, Finland, Netherlands. So after going through the various illustrations, so we have come to a conclusion that the illustrations given are, they are fine, but they are not adequate. We can give more and more illustrations. For example, Portugal can be added as an additional illustration, and we can talk about the interoperability of systems, because when there are multiple systems and when we rely upon multiple systems to ensure that our voter roll is getting updated based on those systems, then there should be harmonization of data between all those databases. For that, we need to have a API based integration. For example, in Karnataka we have the fruits registry, which is the farmers database. So this fruits database is connected with the Bhumi database, which is the farmers database. So whenever there is any change in the Bhumi database, immediately it will be reflected in the farmers database and vice versa. So this kind of interoperability should be existing between the systems that we are talking about. So at one hand we have these population registries, the other hand we have the electoral roll. So there should be a real-time interoperability. There should be the databases which are talking to each other in real time. That is very important. The next topic that I am going to talk about is the administrative efficiency. So why PRA model is considered to be one of the best interoperability? It is reducing the burden for the citizen as well as the officials, and the election cycle workload, which is very hectic, can also be simplified. The issue here is whether we will be able to rely upon multiple databases. That is the main issue that we have to talk about. So even though the literature position talks about that this particular PRA model will be able to reduce the repetitive voter registration transactions and improve administrative efficiency, and it is widely seen as efficient and administratively sustainable and being followed in various countries like Sweden, Finland, Norway and France, and which has a very wide support base. Establishing single source of data is very, very critical. To give an example, we have Kudumba database. So Kudumba database is nothing but it is basically a platform which is connecting more than 50 databases from the government of Karnataka and government of India. So for example, there is one database which is a student database, another database which is birth and death database. There is the third database which is the scholarship database. So the name of the particular student may be different in each of these databases. The date of birth may be quite different. There may be changes in the month, there may be changes in the father's name, there may be issues in the spelling. So when we are correlating, when we are harmonizing all these databases, we have to ensure that there is a single source of truth. So if at all we are able to find out which among them is the right information, then we have to ensure that that information is also reflected or updated in all other databases. Then only we will be able to say that there is a single source of truth. So in Kudumba we do that actually. So we have more than 50 databases, and if there is any change in one database, the same will be updated in all other databases subject to the approval of the data owner who is maintaining that particular database. So here also, if the population register is being used as the basis for the voter roll updation, then we have to ensure that there is also a reverse integration. The next topic is coordination and accountability. So whether we can tell that this particular system is successful just because we are deploying some software or deploying some equipment which is crores of rupees worth, no, that is not sufficient. We have to ensure that there is a standardized practice, there is an institutional governance to govern the framework that we have established. So the strong institutional coordination and the clear governance arrangements are given in the literature position, and the advantages are said to be institutional accountability and administrative coordination. And we have this system being very successful in countries like France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, etc. And this concept is very strongly supported. But again, whether there is an accountability for the errors that may occur. So CEO sir was telling about Canada, where even at the last minute we will be able to go and register. So maybe in a country like Canada it may be possible, but in a country like India, whether it may be immediately accepted, whether we can be assured that there won't be any issues with the population register at all. Because in Canada, there may be a very perfect population registry system based on which the instant update may be possible. But whether all our databases are also perfect to the real time, we have to cross-check that. And if at all there is a delay in the updation, that may again create some confusions. And who is going to own that particular issue? Who is going to rectify that issue? If there are more and more population registers, and if one register is getting updated, and subsequently if the voter roll is also getting updated, then what about the other connected databases? Who is going to take responsibility for making necessary corrections in other databases? That should also be taken care. So in order to ensure accountability and governance, we should put some mechanism in place. So again, in Karnataka, we have the Sakala system. So Sakala system is nothing but it is an institutional mechanism to ensure time-bound delivery of citizen services. So there is a time limit for each and every service, like 30 days, 45 days, within which the service has to be delivered. Otherwise, the officials will be facing some issues like penalty and inquiries. So this is how we have to ensure that there is an accountability. The same kind of mechanism can be adopted in the PRA model with respect to the Indian context. Next comes the continuous updating and data quality. So I have already covered some parts of it. So the source data has to be verified and it has to be completely reliable, and there should be a complete harmonization, synchronization and reconciliation among the various data sets that we are using to update the electoral roll. And we have comparative EMB evidence from Germany, Finland, Norway and Netherlands, where various population registers are updated instantly, like they are on an updation mode in the real-time basis. Again, we have to include audit and reconciliation practices from the countries like Austria and Croatia, because the audit and reconciliation practices are very much important to ensure that the system has worked properly in the past. It is not only about the future. So we have to make a thorough audit system to ensure that the system is running in the future in the same way it is supposed to be. And we can incorporate proper data governance and data quality practices. So in Kudumba we have this forward and reverse integration mechanisms. These kind of reconciliation practices can also be incorporated. Then comes the verification, correctability and public trust. So whatever action we are doing, there should be a say for the citizen. We cannot, keep the citizen completely out of the network, and we can't, complete the task on his behalf. We have to, notify him what we are doing, what we are updating, and all those things. Though it may be, advantageous to reduce the burden for the citizen, in a country like India, we should also ensure that the citizens' rights are being protected. So we can include notification systems, correction windows, appeal procedures in order to ensure this. So in Karnataka, we have this IPGRS system, Integrated Public Grievance Redressal System. So we have automated systems to address the grievances of the citizens. We are also introducing artificial intelligence in this particular grievance redressal mechanism. So this will increase the accountability. So similar system can also be placed in this PRA model. And appeal provisions, like what we have in Sakala, we can also have an appeal provision so that no rightful voter is being left out of the electoral roll. Next comes an important aspect, that is the privacy, access, and data protection. So we have strong institutional mechanisms in place, and everyone is aware of the provisions of various data protection statutes in India. So this democratic infrastructure to be very sensitive and responsive, we have to ensure that the data governance, data security are being taken care properly. So in Indian context, if we see, we have the DPDP Act. So in European context, we have the GDPR, that is the General Data Protection Rules, that is applicable to all the countries in the European Union. So whether this PRA model is also following these kind of stringent provisions, that has to be examined. And we have to ensure that cyber security and incident response management are being taken care. And because if at all there is a small change in the population register, which is intentionally done in order to malign this entire system, then the same will be also reflected in the electoral roll. So again, there will be issues with the entire electoral process. So in order to avoid that, we have to ensure that there are proper cyber security measures in place. And similarly, if at all there is an incident, we have to immediately address it through the security operations center. SOC center has to be established for this particular purpose. We have countries where there is strong data governance mechanisms. For example, Sweden has a good privacy framework. Finland has, again, personal data protection arrangements which are considered to be very strong. In Germany, each and every administrative system is being embedded with strong privacy safeguards. And in Belgium, the national register data has very limited access even for officials. So different countries are having different control mechanisms, and we have to ensure that the local conditions are taken into account when this access are being granted. So from the entire review of the literature, we find out that the conclusions that are being given are valid, but at the same time, we have to ensure that these conclusions or these review is not to be seen as applicable only for very few countries, such as the European countries or Nordic countries, because it has to cover the entire geography of this world. Like when CO sir was mentioning, there are some 5-6 zones where democracy is existing in one or the other form. So this PRA model should take examples from all those regions, and it has to ensure that it is inclusive. And we can say that India, though we are following a hybrid model, can also take some of the examples from other countries which are following PRA model, and we can further improve our system. For example, in Portugal, we have a very good interoperable mechanism which can easily modernize the entire infrastructure of the electoral roll. And in Austria, the resident register governance is considered to be very excellent. In Ireland also, the electoral register modernization project has been taken up. And Cabo Verde is considered to be a very good example for the PRA implementation by a smaller state. Similarly, we have examples from Mongolia and Croatia. So the diversity of the examples should be taken care when we are having a study of the literature. So as I have mentioned, we cannot blindly copy the system that is being followed in one country to another country. We have to ensure that the example that we are taking into consideration is context sensitive, and it has to ensure that the local conditions are being taken into account. So for India, if we have to move from hybrid model to a complete PRA model, then we have to we have to ensure that there are few readiness conditions that are met. For example, legal authority. So we were discussing about the legal authority that is that can be granted to this particular model. So in a place like India, whether we will be able to take all the stakeholders into confidence while we are providing a legal authority to this particular model, that has to be discussed. Then the quality of the source registers. So we have population registers, whether the quality is perfect or at least near perfect, that has to be ensured. Then the interoperability governance has to be ensured based on the existing mechanisms, and if required, new mechanisms have to be introduced. And the accountability part, the citizen has to be given the opportunity to make necessary corrections. If at all he feels that any of the data that is being given in the electoral roll is wrong or there are some mistakes. Then finally the cyber security controls and public trust, which have to be established in due place. So finally, my next slide. So finally, my conclusion regarding the entire PR chapter as a practitioner is that this particular PRA model is fine and the literature review is fine, and we need not have a complete rewriting of this entire chapter, but rather we can further strengthen it by adding examples from some other countries, including countries from even least developed states. And also we can have the governance and rights layer embedded around this entire system, so that it can become a well-supported literature and evidence-based literature. And I think as we have discussed, we can be able to definitely incorporate some of the salient features of this model even in the Indian system. And from the e-governance department, being the nodal agency for the digital transformative initiatives, we are always ready to help the office of CEO in this particular task. And I thank CEO sir and all other officials of the CEO office for giving me this opportunity, so that I was able to share some thoughts on this PRA model. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to Mr. Bublan. Very nice thoughts sharing. May I request all the speakers to address within 10 minutes, as we are running short of time. Now next is the topic of ease of registration, accessibility, inclusiveness, and rights safeguard. Being delivered by Mr. Rahul Sinde. He is CEO of Jilla Panchayat Belgaum. Mr. Rahul is 2018 batch, a BTech graduate from IIT Bombay. He has served as Assistant Commissioner of Sindhi and CEO of Jilla Panchayat Bijapur. Presently, he is CEO Belgaum. He has been returning officer for Assembly constituencies in Sindhi and also returning officer for Parliament constituency Chikkodi. He has won the awards as sweep nodal officer at Belgaum and Bijapur, and also as RO of Sindhi. I welcome you all to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rahul Shinde, CEO Jilla Panchayat of Belgavi. Today's my topic is ease of registration, accessibility, inclusiveness, and rights safeguard. Before that, I would like to thank Honorable CEO Sir and all the officers of CEO office and all the dignitaries here for giving this opportunity to present on behalf of CEO office. So, next slide. So, majorly I would be focusing on the validation objective and with the perspective of the citizen. Most of the topics, I think it has been covered by Shubha Madam and Bhubalan Sir in detail, sir. So, I would be running through my PPT. So, the validation objective is whether the PRA system eases the registration for a voter, whether the accessibility safeguards are adequately addressed, inclusion outcomes, whether all this data, the PRA system is inclusive of all the citizens, whether the voter rights protections are sufficiently captured. So the focus would be with respect to the citizens' experience, whether the accessibility, inclusion, and the rights protection is done. Next slide. I would be talking about the volumes. Volume 1 position says that the PRA system can invariably reduce the burden on the citizens and it eases the registration part. The comparative EMB evidences from the volume 2 says we can see from Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Belgium. Since citizens need not apply again for a voter ID card again, so this validation is strongly supported. But however, the suggested strengthening is about, we should discuss about the voter experiences more explicitly in the volumes. Next. The other proposition from the volume 1 is the administrative integration can reduce the procedural barriers to registration. Bhubalan sir had explained it in detail, how the different databases can be used for the integration and it can be used anywhere. So in that way, the validation is strongly suggested, but one suggestion from our side is to include practical examples of how barriers are reduced. So I think Bhubalan sir's PPT captures about how these barriers can be reduced. The third proposition is about the inclusiveness of the eligible voters. So it all depends on the population registers of these countries. If these registers are inclusive and it is continuously updated as in these countries, it can be maintained. So the voter registration integration can be done in a very complete manner. But for countries as vast as India, we should talk about how to reach to remote population and mobile population, homeless population, and others. This is the most important part. Sometimes there might be some corrections which might be required for the citizens. They'll be moving from one place to another, and there might be some mistakes in their names or the date of birth. So the citizens should have a platform where they can verify and correct the information. Countries like France, Sweden, Ireland, and Latvia, all these countries give that option to the citizens to correct their information. So the suggested strengthening is about how do we improve the appeal and grievance redressal mechanisms. Next. So I have already spoken about it, how it should be equitable for everyone. We should explicitly discuss about how do we cater to persons with disabilities, elderly voters, homeless population, and internal migrants. Next. So transparency as a right. As you all know, in a democracy, transparency is the main foundation of democracy. In this, the public should be able to access who are the voters, raise objections if there are any mistakes with the databases. In France, we have a public review opportunity. In Sweden, we have access to registration information to everyone. In Belgium, there's a administrative transparency mechanism put up. In Netherlands, the municipalities actually overview all these registers. So in this, we should include the discussion on notification mechanism, such as if somebody is objected, if a person ABC is objected by another person XYZ, then the person ABC shall be notified that there has been objection and he has to prove his identity. So, slide. So this has been stressed by Bhubalan sir already, that we are only using some Nordic and Western European countries. We should also focus on the other countries. Next. This has been gone in detail by Shubha Kalyan madam, that when can we apply PRA model, where there is a population register coverage is high, the civil registration quality is high, when there are legal safeguards, administrative capacities are good, and the public trust is high. In that way, PRA model can be adopted in different countries also. So before adopting any of these things, we should discuss about the prerequisites more explicitly. So the final validation from my side is PRA model is good with respect to the ease of registration. It reduces the procedural burden, and it has a broad voter coverage. The verification rights are given to the citizens, and there's a transparency, and the voter protection safeguards shall be ensured. But there are suggested strengthening like accessibility, inclusion, and right safeguards and transferability, where the suggested strengthening can be adopted by the volumes. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rahul, for your time schedule, and also for a very important inputs about accessibility, inclusiveness, all this. Now, may I request Mr. Hiramachi to take out the next session, DID.
We are now moving to second session. From fourth, it has been changed to second. The model name is DID model, Digital ID. Yeah. An identity document is an official document issued by government to establish and verify person's identity. Examples include Aadhaar in India, national identity cards, passports, resident identity cards, and similar credentials issued by the governments around the world. Today, almost every country maintains some form of digital identity database, which are personal information of citizens is stored electronically. However, merely processing a digital identity does not automatically make it part of voter registration system. The DID system The DID system is an important evolution in voter registration. Rather than requiring citizens to repeatedly establish their identity, these systems leverage trusted digital identity ecosystems already maintained by governments. Our study has identified 6 EMBs operating predominantly under this model, demonstrating how digital identities can support secure, accurate, and citizen-centric voter registration. What is DID model? The distinguishing feature of the DID model is the use of trusted digital identity as the foundation for voter registration. Once identity is securely authenticated, voter registration and related services become faster, more reliable, and more convenient. The model, therefore, shifts the focus from document-based verification to trusted digital authentications. Third slide. Although the 6 DID EMBs operate in different legal and administrative environments, they share a common principle: the integration of trusted digital identity systems with electoral processes. PPT. So, we have given fourth core. What are the innovations identified in the DID model we have given in this slide? Next, what are the emerging patterns, key findings are given in slide 5. What are the challenges and lessons learned are given in slide 6. So this is a validation workshop. We asked the academics, administrators, and others to validate the report brought out by us about the technology-driven voter registration, which is in part 1 and part 2. Part 2 is the information of 87 EMBs, and the part 1 is a actual report. So our first speaker is Sri Sarath Chandra R. Dodwad, who is a senior legal practitioner with extensive experience before the High Court of Karnataka and various tribunals. He serves as standing counsel for the Election Commission of India and has represented several public institutions and government bodies. His expertise in election law and public administration provides an important legal perspective on voter registration. I request him to come over here and present about the DID system.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all, and respected CEO sir and all the dignitaries present here. Now this is a session regarding the digital identity enabled registration system. Now, first, much of the time has been spent on studying and understanding the voters, who is the bedrock of the election system. Now, the Honorable Supreme Court of India, now in the decorated case of Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala, in the 73, has held that, has conceded the power of the Parliament to amend the Constitution of India, subject to the condition that it should not alter the basic structure of the Constitution. It enumerated what are all the basic structures of Constitution. That includes the supremacy of the Constitution, independence of the judiciary, free and fair elections, and other things. Free and fair elections are the backbone of the democracy, and there lies the voter who is the bedrock of the free and fair elections. Even in the Honorable Supreme Court, one of these cases in Mohinder Singh Gill versus Chief Election Commissioner, 78, where the issue regarding power of the Election Commission for directing repolling, Justice Krishna Iyer reproduced the words of the Winston Churchill, which he has made in the Britain Parliament during a legislation for postponing an election for 1 year during the World War. Winston Churchill said, "At the bottom of all tributes paid to democracy is the little man, walking into little booth with a little pencil, making a little cross on a little bit of paper. No amount of voluminous discussion can possibly diminish the overwhelming importance of the point." All this time spent by the Election Commission and all the academicians and the election machineries is to protect this little man, the voter, who is the backbone of the democratic process in the India. Now, that DID, that Digital Identity Enabled Registration System, so for now, Election Commission in India, we are following the hybrid model, where still recently we have got a centralized system with a physical verification through the BLOs. Now we are studying these various systems being followed in the many election management bodies regarding the digitization of the electoral roll system. And one more thing, why is electoral registration is important is that in India we have two legislations by a single name, Representation of People Act 1950 and Representation of People Act 1951. This is the only instance in India we have two legislation by single name. Representation of People Act 1950, the legislation has made all the single act is legislated only for the registration of voter, qualifications of voters and mechanism there to be followed. Therefore, that itself shows the importance of voter and voter registration. Now, coming to this DID model. First, this DID system includes that digital inclusion, identity enabled system, that there should be, these are the issues to be considered while enforcing the digital identity enabled registration platforms. That include digital inclusion, digital literacy, and now this comes digital literacy. It is not that reels in literacy. That digital literacy means at least the person should have at least minimum understanding as to how the platform works. And now literacy in India is one of the issue where we can't just say now we have seen in the past, the person who is able to write his name or put his signature is counted as a literate. But that is not going to help in digital literacy, because now, because of this expanding internet era, this digital literacy, that we can't just simply stick to that whatever they are doing in their mobiles. They should have minimum their knowledge, because this digital literacy, otherwise the rights of his voter and his personal data, there is a danger of being misused. This is the issue regarding privacy and data protection also. Second. In a digitization of this registration process, then the convenience of the voter has to be looked into. The convenience of the voter is not only considered, but also because of his legal literacy, his digital literacy plays a role because of his convenience. Unless he understands the process, he can't say that whether it is convenient for him or not. Now in the hybrid model which we are being followed, this is for and where a applicant goes to the concerned officer and he files these form claims with the supportive documents. And in many times, it is the officer not able to register, digitize the things in the presence of the applicant. He may do that afterwards. And where it is not possible, whether he has it is the convenience of the registrar. And there are many issues in the legal issues on the same issue. And regard second point is rights regarding sufficiently captured and comparative evidence supports the conclusions. Fourth. Four. This ease of registration through digital identity. Now, as I told, in the hybrid mode in India, the process is being followed. And now we have mentioned the 4 countries where digitally a registration can be done. Now it's an online registration hybrid model. This digitization involves through the secure digital authentication, real-time synchronization, interoperability between identity management and electoral database. It is not only this. The others, sir said, mentioned regarding the Kutumba and other data managements are being developed by the Karnataka government. That in the Kutumba, every person is entitled for the registration of the things and the data available with that platform can be used, but the condition of being the voter, he has to be above the age of 18 and he has to be Indian national. So that the Kutumba, whatever the data available with the platforms already existing, that may be used but cannot directly used for the digital identifications. Next. Now comes the challenges. Digital identification system, there are many challenges. As you may read regarding this, cyber security is one of the major issues. And cyber security, unauthorized data access, identity theft, cyber attack, data breach, and manipulation of voters' identity. And this where we require a strong Data Protection Act. Now it is in 2023, the Parliament has passed the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. And that act provides for the protection and the balancing between the individual rights and the mechanism for use of that data for the benefit of some in the business and in the other functions. And a board has been constituted under the Act for Data Protection Board of India. Now that maybe a board is existing, but that has to ensure what are all the mechanism. See, once it is there comes to a breach of a data, now there should be a mechanism, and that's a recovery mechanism. Then we have to highlight on that recovery mechanism. Unless it's creating a board for the compliance under a particular act, is not going to help, because now because of this the internet era, we have to be robust disaster recovery mechanism also. If in the absence of such a mechanism, it is not there just a blaming or authority who is handling this registration of the voters, especially even in today, If something happens, everybody looks at the election commission. It is not that. The election commission, though it's an authority and functionality under the constitution for holding the elections and registration of the voters, even in cases of the digitalization, they are working hard, and they should. It is not the only election commission, it's all other the authorities, who especially in the Aadhaar authority and in Kutumba, as sir rightly said regarding the Kutumba. I don't mean that it is those authorities has been held responsible, but there should be a recovery mechanism, and there should be a blame game should not be happen, and jerking the responsibility under the act by the other authorities also. Next. Yes. Now this is a citizen control over registration information. At present, I don't think the applicant has any control over registration information in India. The moment he files the application, he will get the status of his application. Who are all the BLOs assigned for his application, and when the BLO is going to visit his house for verification. It's not in the online system that the applicant will change any detail. Again, if he wants to change the detail, again he has to approach the authorities again. Process has to be repeated. It is not guaranteed at present, having regarding to the officials involved in the booth level and the person who is registering the voters, that there are doubts raised regarding the actual data being fed while digitization of the records. That if these countries, Estonia, Costa Rica, and Argentina, and South Africa, they have the system of access to the update to the information by the voter and in the registration form. But I hope in the coming days, the Election Commission may introduce such a system in a hybrid form which we are being followed. Now this accessibility with persons and disabilities vulnerable groups. This is the major concern in the digitization of the enabled registration system. Now one thing is this vulnerable groups and senior citizens, persons with disabilities, marginalized groups. It is not these are the voters. They have these group of peoples also a concern in respect of a biometric registration, because the persons with the disabilities and the person who is engaged in the manual labors, they are not their identities. It's like iris or the fingerprints. Which one is the fundamental in the biometric registration? That can't be captured having regard to the nature of their work, and the senior citizens with disabilities, that can't be taken at all. Now, these group also has the issues regarding the digitization of the things with the very same issues. And the very same issue regarding the accessibility, and this alternative service channel has to be made for these, especially these group of peoples. Regarding requirement of data protection safeguards, as I already said, this is a major issue at the present of the era of these online things, and vast spread of the internet usages. And now it is because there was a proposal regarding voting through email. That is somewhere in the 3 years back, and the Election Commission said that is not the concern at present, that such a proposal will be considered in days to come, having regard to the major issue, the cyber attack and data protection. And this privacy and data protection of rights includes the encryption of voters' data, access control, authentication protocol, again the disaster recovery mechanism. The disaster recovery mechanism, as I said, it should not be only have the blame game, but there should be what has to be done. If there is a tip off regarding the breach of the data, a system should generate that whatever the data of the voters' data is breached, that should be erased from the system where the data has been transferred. Then only it is possible, and for the public can gain the trust in such a mechanism. This is already covered, I think. Now, next final validation is that now the verification is the one of the major issue that has now in hybrid mode. We have a set of system or mechanism or process where should BLO will visit the voters and the applicant. He will collect the data and process further. And regarding this requires to be simplified if we want to shift to the DID, digital identification, enabled registration. This has to be verified, and the process has to be found out regarding the physical verification. But in our system, it is essential or necessary and inevitable, having regard to vast number of population and illiteracy. Illiteracy doesn't mean that the people don't know how to read and write, but literacy and their understanding regarding the requirement of the law. And if such an identification is made at the course of that digitization, even as per online, if the even now in the hybrid mode, if an applicant files an application for online registration, even then this physical verification is also is being followed. Now, if we want to shift to the completely digitized identification, then mechanism has to be brought in for the online verification also. But we shall have the other where identity of the citizen is captured and his identity is made, as Sir said earlier, in the Kutumba. But those two platforms, or Kutumba or whatever the other platforms where the information of the citizen are captured, that has to be synchronized with the registration model, but subject to satisfaction of the condition of being registered as a voter. Added to that, the first and foremost concern in the digitized identification is privacy protection and data trust. Privacy protection, there has to be robust legislation and physical mechanism. It is not only that legislation should be in the books, that has to be brought into force. And lastly, that the voter safeguards and public trust is also more important. And I don't think it's that public don't trust the mechanism or whatever the system. It is because of some group of the people creating the doubts in the mind of the people. That is not a big concern, so that it can't be lightly brushed aside also. There should be a mechanism, so the public has easily trust the mechanism, so that he can feel free to come forward to adopt and adjust to this new adventure. So I say it's an adventure of registration. Having regard this adventure is because having regards to the mammoth population we have and the varying conditions and varying mindsets, the people in which we are living. So, thank you.
I'm very much thankful to Sharat Chandra Dadwadji for providing valuable suggestions for improving our report. The next speaker will be Dr. Jeetmitra Desai. Professor Jeetmitra Desai is a faculty member in the Decision Sciences area at Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru. He earned his PhD from Virginia Tech and his BTech from IIT Madras. He has previously served as leading international universities in the United States and Singapore, and has received several prestigious teaching and research awards. His expertise spans decision sciences, analytics, and technology-driven systems. I request Dr. Jeetmitra Desai to come over and deliver his address on DID model.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much to the CEO for inviting IIM Bangalore and making academics a part of this, I think, what is a valuable exercise, not just for the conference and not just for this particular year where we chair the IIIDEM, the IDEA initiative, but broadly more for democracy and making sure that India's democracy is a little stronger than it was before. So thank you. This was on digital identity systems, but I gave it a slightly different flavor. I looked at it as digital, decentralized, and data-driven. And I think all three of them are, so in some ways equally important for us to be able to come up with a mechanism that is DID. Okay, next slide, please. Right. I think if you look at this globally, across the world, there are about 1 billion adults unregistered. And the result for that is, 30% of, voter rolls have some sort of an error in them, and about 45% of democracies still follow a very paper-based, registration model. And so I think there is a lot of scope for us to be able to go the digital route and make sure that we are more data-driven and we are more decentralized in terms of our, initiative in voter registration. If you look at the right-hand side of the slide, what I'm pointing towards is, and all of these errors can be fixed. It's not like we don't have the technology to do it. We actually do. Manual data entry errors through OCR and AI data capture can be fixed. There are lots of duplicate and ghost registrations. I think SIR is going to happen in India and is happening in several states. We are already fixing those, but that's still a very manual process in some ways. We can do this with biometric. If you have biometric information for people, then deduplication and ghost registrations can be removed. You have inaccessible registration points, so that can be done if you have digital systems that are mobile enabled, voice enabled. You can essentially remove inaccessibility where people cannot access a particular kiosk and so on. And of course, there are slow updates, right? So paper-based registrations typically take 3 to 6 months sometimes for the voter rolls to be added and so on. So we can make this a lot faster by going digital. Next slide, please. There are, of course, I think this has been mentioned on many slides before, lots of countries have taken the lead in terms of being more digitally enabled. I think Estonia has been the country that has come up on the maximum number of slides. I think they win this competition, hands-on. They've done very well because the digital ID, the X-Road system that they have, actually maps almost 1,000 databases in their country. There are databases for small level, from village level all the way to their central databases, very, very small level data. All of that actually gets mapped into their X-Road initiative. I think it's a remarkable piece of technology in some ways that they've developed, and I think it's a model that is worth looking at for us. Brazil and Kenya have already been spoken about. I want to focus a little bit on Indonesia because Indonesia, again, is a country that has a large population like we do. While other countries like Sweden and Norway may have sophisticated systems, they don't have the problem of scale the way India does. India has almost, with 1.4 billion people and maybe about half of us being eligible to vote. Indonesia is a country that has a large population and they have been able to do it through biometric information and so on. So I think that's a model that we can certainly look at. Australia and Canada, of course, are sophisticated systems. 97% of voters are already registered through digital enabled systems. If you look at why this is important, we come up with some numbers in terms of electoral roll accuracy, right? India currently stands at about 72% to 75% in terms of the accuracy, and there are a lot of duplications and so on. People move states, and when they move states and when they move geographies, sometimes the certificate of births and deaths doesn't come into our picture and so on. And because of this, we have some errors in our system. But if you look at Estonia, they have a 99% accuracy in terms of voter registration rolls, which I think is rather remarkable. So I think there is a lot, and in fact, when you have an accurate voter registration system, you can see that it also leads to the turnout in terms of voting, right? People feel more confident in terms of going out to vote because the voter roll is more accurate. They know that when they go to the polling booth, they will not face any disturbance or they will not face any difficulty in being able to prove themselves and so on. And I think that's an important step for us to be able to take in terms of, so there is in fact a very strong correlation between how strong the voter roll is and the turnout in terms of what actually happens on voting day. India only, of course, as I mentioned, has a 72 to 75% accuracy rate. I think there is a lot of scope for us for improvement. In India, a 20% accuracy improvement means millions, tens of millions of voters. And so I think in terms of the scale, we are perhaps in some ways disenfranchising a lot of people who don't have the ability to perhaps challenge, who don't have digital literacy, who don't have access to information. And I think it's important for us to be able to get them into the vote bank. Yeah. Next slide, please. I think the current process for us in some ways is still very paper driven. It's still quite manual. I think we do, BLOs of course do door to door sometimes, because we are still verifying this. All of this can be eliminated if we have a stronger system in place in terms of being completely automated, completely digitized. Deduplication, all of these steps that we have already talked about in some ways can be eliminated if you go the decentralized route. Yeah, next slide. So what is our solution? I think we should be digitizing end to end. We should be decentralized in the sense that a single central authority cannot capture all of this information. It needs to go to the states, it needs to go down to the villages and the gram panchayats, where even there you should have digital infrastructure that is available for people to be able to access their information. One, for us to collect. Second, for citizens to be able to verify that information. And third, for it to become available on voting day. I think all of those three steps are important. And I think a continuous revision process is what is required for us to be able to keep our rolls up to date. We shouldn't be doing it once a year or once in 2 years, because then we are going to lose some fidelity in the system. As I mentioned, people move states, and then when you move states, then that information doesn't get transferred and so on. So I think there is a continuous revision process which I think is required. Yeah, next slide, please. I did have some mapping. I come from the data analytics space, so there was some suggestions that I had in terms of the architecture, in terms of the technology that we can be used to be able to get ourselves to this. But I think the top line is perhaps the one that is most important. For a citizen, when they are viewing their own information, there can be multiple touch points that we can give them. One could be through a mobile app. Aadhaar can be accessed through the Aadhaar app. Similarly, I think there is an app for ECI as well. Election Commission of India also has an app where we can access information. So that I think is the first step. You could have a voter portal, of course, which is a website where you can go and check your information. But I think we can also perhaps do something a little bit in terms of you could do OTP verifications, you can do kiosks that are set up, just like we have, Aadhaar centers where you can update information. Similarly, perhaps we can set up kiosks for us to be able to, essentially the idea is we can have multiple touch points for a citizen to be able to go and verify their information, update their information, and so on. Next slide, please. So in terms of what is the benefits that we would get? One is accuracy and integrity of the system. If you have, other countries that have done this almost have a 95% accuracy in terms of their voter rolls, which I think is very important for any democracy. Inclusion access, we have 970 million people who are eligible to vote. So therefore, if you have a system that enables us to be able to be more digitally inclusive, then all of these people will then be able to check their registration and so on. In the conference that was held in Delhi in January, where I think CEO sir was there, Lithuania, I think, has almost like a 99% accuracy level. And in fact, because they have a digitally enabled biometric verification, on voting day, you don't have to go to one single booth to vote. You can be anywhere in the country. In fact, most people on voting day take a vacation. They don't, because the city is crowded. They don't vote in the capital city. They go to a smaller town where they take a vacation, and while they are sitting in a vacation, they just go to the booth that is the closest there, and they're able to cast their vote. And that level of fidelity is obviously achieved only because they have digital access, they have biometric information for every single person. They do it through an iris scan and so on. Right? Of course, cost and efficiency also becomes much more important, because once you have set up this digital system, then because you don't have to periodically keep sending BLOs or doing a paper-based system, your costs come down to about 60%. And of course, your intelligence in terms of what your voter base is doing is in real time, and you have civic participation, which also increases. Yeah. So broadly, what I think we can do is as India goes over and hopefully becomes more and more digital as the years go by, I think in about 10 years, maybe about 2 election cycles, we can actually start getting ourselves to that point. It's not that we don't have the information that's already available. If you look at 3 schemes, which are Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile OTP verification, broadly, most of us already have a digital footprint somewhere or the other. It's just a function of us being able to bring together different systems. If Aadhaar can be enabled for 1 billion people, we can also certainly do this in our voter registration rolls and so on. I don't think technology is the problem. The problem for us is that there are a lot of siloed compartments. There are different databases, different states follow different collection metrics. The forms look different. And therefore, if you have a standardization across the country, and if there is an agency that is willing to do this, perhaps ECI, then we would then be able to come up with a standard mechanism. Yeah, and I think it is time for us to go from we are doing to we did it. And I think over the next 10 years, perhaps, the DID, vision that we have for our country should come true, so that we become more inclusive, make democracy stronger. I think the biggest thing that we should recognize is that every voter who cannot vote, any voter disenfranchised, makes our democracy weaker. And I think that's not a system that we should all be comfortable with. We should work towards making ourselves more inclusive, making it accessible for people of different educational backgrounds, so that we make our country stronger and more proud. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
he can register himself as a voter. And you would have seen, we have more than 96 crores plus voters in the electoral roll. Of course, SIR is going on. Anomalies, the voter roll may be there. I agree. And second thing, you said continuous updation. Yes, we are continuously updating now. Previously, on January 1st, we used to have the date. Now it's January 1st, it's April 1st, and July and October 1st. So it's a continuous updation around the year. So throughout the year, people can apply for updations. And the third thing is ECI Net, very popular application. ECI launched in January. Already 14 crore downloads have happened. So I request all the participants present here, kindly download ECI Net. It gives enormous information. You don't need to go to any individual to apply for either to enroll yourself as a voter, or for deletion, or for corrections, or for shifting. It can be done online only, absolutely online. You don't need to go to anybody. So that facility is introduced. Of course, it needs to get more popular, but already 14 crore download has happened. One of the highest downloaded applications in India. It can come this thing. And yes, Professor, we appreciate your this thing. Thank you. I thought I should clarify these points. I'm supposed to convey, that's right. Thank you. Nice presentation, I really appreciate. And thank you, Mr. Dodwar, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Desai ji. You have given us the key insights, many key insights, particularly the electoral accuracy, which impacts the voter registration, voter turnout. But you have given the roadmap for the India. I have to clarify here, our global report is non-ranking, non-evaluative, and we are not proposing anything. We are bringing the models, the best practices in this report. The EMBs can take any model which is suitable for their context. So these things we are not covering. It is left to ECI to take. And the next speaker is Ramesh ji, Commissioner, Bengaluru South City Corporation. He is an IAS officer. His background is a computer science engineer and experienced administrator with a strong background in technology-enabled governance. He has served as a CEO for Central Governance, Deputy Commissioner Chikmagaluru, in senior positions in the Chief Electoral Office, Joint CEO and Additional CEO. He was awarded the State Award for Best District Election Officer and has played a significant role in election IT systems and voter registration management. I request Ramesh ji to address us on DEID model.
Thank you very much, sir. And once again, take this opportunity to thank CEO, sir, and all the senior officers and my colleagues here. As you are all aware, the technology-driven voter registration has emerged as a major area in electoral reforms across the world. So many of the aspects have already been touched. I won't go into the details. Rather, I cover different aspects that is so far not touched, or I address more of the practical issues that we had faced and how the Indian democracy has proved itself in the entire system. Basically, as you're all aware, India is the largest democratic experiment, a successful experiment. In fact, many of the countries have visited the CEO office, Karnataka. They try to emulate, they try to copy, they try to take our systems. With that pride and having served for some years in the CEO office, I would like to take it forward. Basically, my presentation is slightly differently organized. Though there are a lot of slides, I want to do this way. First of all, I'll cover up the administration and legal framework, then how the system has evolved. Then comes the technological shift, digital governance and the fundamentals, then the future plan, and the comparative evidence and the learnings. Finally, I touch upon those aspects. So in this, basically, in the DID model, as you are all aware, Sir Dodward sir also had thrown light upon some of the legal provisions. Elections are based on electoral rules, as you are all aware. Free and fair elections is a basic structure of the Indian Constitution. So whatever systems we put in place, it has to conform to the legal provisions, act and rules and procedures. So with that background, basically let me throw certain light. I'll come to the, yes, this is the very, very important slide. Accurate, inclusive, secure, accessible, continuous updated rolls electoral registration system is an essential to ensure that this is the fundamental thing that based on this principle only we have to go forward. I'll just mention a few things how the system has evolved. So basically, first the Election Commission of India has had launched the website, first website on 28th February 1998. There we actually started, gradually moving into the IT platform. Photo electoral rolls were first introduced in 2005. The BLO system concept was introduced in 2006. Till that time, there was no BLO. There nobody who was visiting the house to house to do the verification process. 2000, the format 1 to 8 analytics to study, analyze the health of electoral rolls was introduced in the year 2008 and 9. Then came in the 2011, the 1950 call center type of a system. Then sweep in 2011, where we moved forward to create awareness among the people to ensure their active participation. In 2015, the NVSP portal and where the search your name, correction of entries, know your booth, know your BLO, etc. were introduced. In 2018, certain security aspects like flattening of electoral rolls were introduced. And 2019, the ERONet and ECI system, ECNet and ERONet systems were introduced. So that only tells our commitment moving towards a better systems. Basically, as I was mentioning, accurate, error-free, inclusive, continuous, updated electoral roll is a prerequisite for the conduct of elections. I want to just mention few practical examples that we had faced during the earlier elections. Are people losing faith in our system? So in the earlier election, media had covered a lot of things, like one voter came before the media and told, I have an elector ID card. They did not allow me to vote. Is a news that was covered. There were instances like people crying before the media, that very, very important person, I don't want to name the person, in few states, in Karnataka also, very, very internationally famous personality. His name was missing on the voter day. He could not vote. One lady had complained officially on email to the Election Commission and also CEO office that I have been receiving anonymous calls from an unknown person. I don't know what has happened. I doubt my electoral data or the personal data has been leaked. There were political complaints and stakeholder complaints mentioning that there are targeted deletions. Targeted deletions are whatever some particular group, some particular set of people, etc. have been deleted, etc. In fact, in 2018, FIR was also lodged for the reason that the digital signature card was misused in the administrative mechanism, administrative system, and FIR was lodged also. So basically, let me come back to the various provisions under the law. Next, Yogi. I'll come back to this aspirational benchmarks, etc. I'll just mention few things on these aspirations. 5, 6 aspirations I have put in the subsequent slides. I'll finally come back to that after I make some initial submissions. Let us go back to our legal provisions. Only the registered voter has the right to vote. No impersonation is allowed. This is sir was mentioning that digital identity or photo authentication process can avoid impersonation of the elections. So legal provisions say only the registered voter has the right to vote. No eligible voter should be left out. No ineligible person should find a place in the electoral roll. So our aim is to build public trust, voter confidence in the process, bring transparency, then active electoral participation. With this fundamental objective, we need to go forward. Then coming back to the data systems and IT systems, etc. Let me just mention, there is a study that says why the urban governance has failed. You are all aware that there are a lot of databases, data sets working in silos. There are satellite images of water bodies. There are remote sensing data is available. GPS mapped water network system is there. Water scarcity systems are put on the GS systems. There are Aadhaar systems. It is there. Ration card is there. Then Kutumba database is there. And birth and death registration is there. There are a lot of IT systems that are working in silos. The biggest challenge before us is how do we make a unified database? How do we make the best use of that database for our electoral process? This is the whole rudiment on which it's all based, the digital system is based. So coming back to the IT systems, Government of India has enacted Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, and also they have released 2 frameworks, Artificial Intelligence Framework and the Digital Governance Framework. Those 2 guidelines or principles lay down some fundamental things, the preparatory things, our preparedness to integrate or unite the databases. Only then we can think of uniting and bringing that change or bringing that thing. So basically, privacy laws, Aadhaar, photo of electoral roll, cyber security is there, encryption of sensitive data, access control rules. The principle says, the guideline says, assign clear protocol to the custodian of data, implement the principle of least privileges, ensuring the user applications have access to specific data only, not necessarily all the data. Don't expose all the data. So finally, the people trust and confidence, transparency, accountability, real tracking of grievance, etc. These are the certain things we need to build before aspiring to go into a completely digitized platforms. As per the government, next slide, as per the Government of India, our artificial intelligence guidelines also, next. Okay, I'll come to this. Okay. There are 5 to 6 principles. The 2 key principles, what it says is trust and people first. It says trust and people first are the fundamental 2 principles you need to remember before implementing any artificial intelligence systems in your governance. So innovation or restraint, fairness, equity, accountability, safety, resilience, etc. some are the other principles. So our practical experience, before jumping into the completely digitized data systems for electoral process, we need to study, analyze, evaluate our systems, know our preparedness, then only I think we can go to unite, integrate and bring a matured IT system, maybe like other countries where there are 98% accuracy or whatever, Australia 97% electoral roll, etc. And India has a definite unique problem. The problem in India is that population, secondly, digital preparedness and awareness among the people, vulnerable gaps, and the legal processes and the procedures and law that says no eligible person should be left out. So that is the challenge. So Election Commission in India had to embark upon the sweep activities just to create awareness among the people and the voters. So finally, coming to the interoperability, as I was mentioning, there are a lot of databases available in silos. We can only create a unified database for the benefit of the electoral process only if the systems can speak together. They have a common unified platform, common unified structure, data structure, and there is a preparedness among the administration and the technological side where we can utilize the data sets available. Transferability, on the transferability, next this benchmarks, next on the benchmarks, I'll just mention few things. On the aspirations, there are 5 slides I've put on the aspirations. One is about, on all these 5 slides, I'll only mention few words. In this slide, it is integration between identity, civil registration, and electoral services. It speaks about the integration between 2 different databases. Next is interoperability and auditable systems. I'll just touch upon and then finally I'll conclude. Next speaks about proactive voter services. When coming to proactive voter services, artificial intelligence enables us to move from a reactive to predictive systems. It is possible. Though on a rudimentary thing we have tried in our ERMS database, etc., the DSCs, duplicates, logical errors, some predictions and reports, analytical reports have helped us to improve the quality of electoral roll. Next, our benchmark on which we need to analyze is the future, what is the future voter registration administration, what has to be done, how do we integrate all the databases which is in silos, and how do we bring efficiency and transparency in our system, electoral system. Then finally comes the cyber security next. Cyber security and the voter next. Security and cyber security and other data privacy aspect. These are some of the aspirations that we need to fulfill, plan, fulfill, implement. Only then we can develop a successful electoral registration process. So with that thing, this is a very big, of course, topic. It may require a lot of things. I don't want to deliberate in detail. But finally, on the transferability aspect, these are some of the comparative assessment that has been made from the report that has been tabled. Okay, Kenya, Canada, Sweden, Estonia, Japan have demonstrated that continuous updation and voter registration have improved voter roll accuracy. There are some of the examples. The situation, the thing may be different for different countries. There are also comparative evidences from Estonia, Latvia, South Korea, France, etc. Next slide. Next. Okay. Next. There are certain, have tabulated few. After thank you, Togoli. Please go after thank you. After thank you. Okay. I've just tabulated few things, how the digital interventions and things have resulted, improved, the lessons that have been learned, and what is the way forward. The slide itself speaks, I need not go into the details. So basically the success stories, as I was mentioned, Indian democracy is a time-tested biggest democratic election success story that every country is emulating, copying, and our success has many countries have appreciated, number one. Which model depends upon the population composition, digital preparedness, awareness among the people, and the people participation. So I want to conclude with two important remarks. One of the very senior officer, he was mentioning in one of the meeting, how much should be transparent? We have become so transparent that we have become invisible. That was the remarks made by very, very senior officer, sir. Should we become so transparent? Arvind Srivastav, sir, in one of the, just like a discussion, sir was telling, we have become so transparent that we have become invisible. So the systems, IT, nothing can take over, only the law rules should prevail. I want to just mention one simple example. In 2000, I think, in the 8 or 9 elections, the law says electoral enrollment can happen till 3 p.m. on the last day of nomination. There was a complaint from a public to the C office, Karnataka. He mentioned in the complaint that 17,000 voter names did not find a place, even though they have applied well in time. A reference was made to the Election Commission of India. I'm only trying to explain this because how do we marry these two things, the digital thing and the legal process, procedures and the law, which should prevail. An audit was conducted. Election Commission of India asked us a report. We said exactly at 3 p.m. we have closed the IT systems. Exactly, we have closed IT systems. Now the question is, what mistakes have happened and what should prevail? Election Commission of India has clarified, telling that, yes, you have closed the IT systems, but exactly at 3 p.m. on the last day of nomination, there were about few thousands of applications. It was approved by the ERO on the system, but it was in the queue. You did not absorb the queue. That stand was taken by Election Commission. Finally, the order to include those 17,000 names also into the electoral process things, and elections was conducted. So why I mention this is, finally what prevails? It is a law, it is a legal procedure, and it is the thing like no eligible voter should be left out, no ineligible person should be find a place, protection of privacy laws, access control. Finally, build a public trust and confidence in the process. Entire election process is the thing that should actually prevail. With but that initial remarks, and definitely all this DID, IT systems are there. We can always improve the efficiency, but never at the cost of a law or legal framework. They're all the tools are supporting structures. Digital things and systems can only supplement, they cannot supplant the legal provisions. So with that background, and finally, last word, data, field operations and accountability, if they come together, service delivery can be improved. So the challenges before us is there may be a lot of data sets. How do we unify them, unite them, build a common database that can speak together? How do we best utilize the available databases, maybe the Aadhaar, et cetera, and how do we build a robust electoral database systems? With that background, with that remarks, and also the previous two slides, next slide, these two slides will, next slide. These two slides will just in a tabulation form tell us the success stories, how the other countries have performed. Definitely the position in India and the problems in India are totally different. And we always become looked upon by the entire world on our democratic experiments. Definitely we have some scope to improve, and IT-based systems we can do. But finally, IT-based systems means we need to prepare certain things, then only we can move forward, and the law should prevail. Thank you very much.
Professor Mantish N. Birjay is distinguished academician and Director of IT Infrastructure and Services Management Unit at Vishwesvaraya Technology University, Belagavi. His research interests include IoT, cloud computing, network security, data mining. With more than 70 scholarly publications and extensive academic leadership experience, he has made significant contribution to technology, education, and digital governance. I request Birjeji to address us on DID model.
Sir, am I audible? Sir, it's audible, no?
Sir, it is audible. We can now address on DID model.
Yeah. So I will share my presentation. Entire screen.
You will be sharing or we?
Yeah, I am sharing. Open ಮಾಡಲಾ? Sir, I think it's visible now. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. Once again, myself, Dr. Mahantesh Birjay, Professor and IT Director from VTU Belagavi. My topic is on review of literature, standards, and comparative evidence with respect to DID model, digital identity enabled systems. Already, few speakers have put their views, put some words about the DID system. All of us know with respect to the different issues, the various aspects associated with the DID or associated with the electoral management system. So what we understood is basically the DID model, what it does is it will integrate the voter registration system along with the national identity infrastructure, because already we have an ecosystem of managing the identity of the citizens like Aadhaar and all. Similarly, the DID system should enable kind of a to the voter roll, and there should be data synchronization in a secure manner so that private data cannot be breached by someone else. In the same way, it has to support and enable transparency and efficient management of the electoral management system or electoral administration. So the purpose of my talk will be to validate the contents presented in the volume 1 and volume 2 of this TDVR, Technology Driven Voter Registration Report, with respect to the literature, the standards, and the comparative evidence which are being presented in the volume 1 and the 2 of the TDVR report, to see whether the literature presented supports some of the findings that have been put into the report, and the standards whether they are consistent with respect to the international or the global status, and the comparative evidences what are discussed, do they support the conclusion of the validation. So similarly, we can add up or a few more suggestions if at all there. So with respect to the validation of the literature on DID electoral administration, we know that in the volume 1 and 2, around 87 EMBs have been considered for the discussion in total in TDVI report. And with respect to the DID model, 6 EMBs have been adopted, this digital identity enabled models. 1 by European country, 3 by Latin America and Caribbean countries, and two countries from the Africa have adopted to some extent these DID systems in their electoral management process. And hence, the literature, whatever is put into the report, is fine, and it improves the authentication, service delivery, and administrative efficiency when it is integrated with the voter registration process. So similarly, the standards considered seems to be consistent, and few EMBs, around 4 EMBs have been considered from countries like Estonia, Costa Rica, South Africa, Argentina, where the table shows the comparative evidence of these 4 EMBs, where they integrate the DID models into their electoral administration or electoral management for effective management of the electoral process. So however, we can say like some additional discussions with respect to the identity governance frameworks could be added little more, few more. So in the same way, validation of the literature on secure authentication, as I told, until and unless the system, digital system with which we are interacting is secured and authenticates only the valid person so that the impersonation cannot happen, that system would be of that secured, will not be of trustable. So for that reason, the secure authentication becomes fundamental to this establishing trustworthy electoral system or voter registration system. So in support of that, the countries like Estonia and these things, they have adopted some mechanisms for authenticating the voters, but still I feel some more additional authentication mechanisms or the security measures could be taken up, like a multi-factor authentication happens to be one more general and more simple authentication mechanism nowadays, because we in the Karnataka, be it a government service, be it a service from the educational institute or the university or any company or any service provider, generally we are been communicating using the OTP as well. So we can think of two-factor authentication. One DID is an email ID, or to the second level, one can think of mobile number using which one can send a OTP for instant authentication and validation of the user or the voter. So this discussion related to multi-factor authentication need to be added into the volume 1. Similarly, if at all the voter or someone user loses his credentials over the time, there should be some discussion on how to recover those credentials. Like that, authentication levels also can be thought of to add up into the report. And as spoken already by the different persons, there should be an interoperable situation because the systems have to interact with one another. Because this is a largest democratic system, the electoral management system is at the largest scale, wherein one has to interact with all possible government offices and the public. So there should be interaction among the different types of the government offices or the electoral management systems or the digital systems and all, where until and unless there is support, interoperable support between these the DID systems and whatever the electoral management systems or the government offices which enable the authentication or the data collection mechanism, until and unless there is interoperable, smoother functioning among these with the cooperation and coordination, until and unless it is established, it is not possible to have the DID system possible. And hence, literature has provided some mechanism for exchanging of the data in a secured manner by integrating the different electoral management systems with the user digital systems, which will definitely improve the efficiency, accuracy, and citizen services as well. So however, few more latest interoperability, governance, and accountability related discussions can be thought of to add additionally. In the same way, citizen-centric digital services now everything almost is becoming a digital, all varieties of the services. So, and hence the DID based voter registration system, voter enrollment services has to be has to be digitized, and it has to be made more reliable, more simpler, more accessible, and also to be more inclusive, so that any citizen, eligible voter, will use this system in a meaningful, in a simpler way, by accessing the electoral system in a simpler way. So definitely it improves the voter convenience while enrollment, as well as while getting different other services as well from the government. So here we can add up some status tracking. If at all some citizen or the voter has applied, maybe with respect to the enrollment itself, what is the status of his enrollment? Or some proactive notifications could be sent by these systems itself, digital systems itself, indicating what are the services newly added up, what are the new approach that one can utilize. Like this, whatever the new initiatives are there from the government end can be thought of to push on the mobile numbers or the email IDs of the citizens, so that they will be aware of citizen-centric different services. So similarly, validation of the literature on privacy and data protection, until and unless, yeah, we have a strong data identity services ecosystem, Aadhaar-based ecosystem, right? So, but our personal data has been already shared with the central authority. But until and unless privacy and other private data is protected, there won't be any meaningful or there won't the citizens will not adapt, will not use that services, because unless the trust is established and unless the data associated with your personal concern is protected, it becomes tougher for anyone to utilize or depend on the digital systems. So, and hence the literature survey, the literature provided into this validates that it validates that because they keep the data protected, and but however, some more additional things to keep the data protected, as well as in case of any malpractice or unwanted event, if at all we need to trace back or track who has done it, when it has occurred, some kind of access logging might be helpful. So to keep maintain whenever upon the login of a particular voter or a citizen, if you maintain that access log, probably it will help and trace back, yeah, who has logged in, at what time he has logged in, through what computer he has logged in, or through what mobile he has used for accessing the service and all. So that kind of access logging related mechanism or incident response mechanism informing that this thing has happened, be alert. So these kind of the discussions could be thought of to added into the literature. So similarly, as we spoke on the privacy and the data protection, which leads to the trust, because until and unless the system becomes more reliable, more convenient, and more meaningful, it is tougher to trust onto the digital service. Everyone will hesitate. But now we are in a stage wherein in almost all stages of the life, in one or the other way, we have been dependent already onto the various services, and definitely the voter registration and the whole electoral process also can be taken up for in a digital manner. So these different countries, the comparative evidence of the different EMBs like these countries have showcased the long-standing trust on the digital systems, on the DID-based digital system. So few more trust building measures and accountability also can be added up. Right? So the comparative evidence coverage, as I told in the beginning, out of the 87 EMBs which are discussed in the report, 6 EMBs are with respect to the DID, right? And more frequently used in the volume 1 are EMBs from, the Estonia and the Costa Rica, and additional DID evidences are available with respect to these countries, South Africa, Argentina, Tunisia, and Mexico. So here, yeah, so the EMBs seem to be considered, and they have adopted these kind of the DID based systems in an effective way by integrating the voter registration with the electoral management process. So some countries have adopted in a phased way, one after the other, one after the other, like Tunisia and all. And to conclude, the validation, to conclude my talk, which is about validating the contents presented into the TDBR report. Yeah, definitely the report, the content presented with respect to this is aligned and support the conclusion of the DID systems, which is concluded in the last. And the report strongly supports DID integration related discussion, authentication, interoperability, privacy protection, trust establishment among the digital government organizations. So, however, some to conclude, the suggestions for the different areas with respect to the literature, standards, and all these things, we can think of adding additional references with respect to the governance and the trust related frameworks, as well as interoperability governance related discussions can be taken up.
Thank you, Professor Mahantesh Birje.
To conclude, to have a stable, reliable DID system, it requires proper tracking of the DID systems, monitoring, as well as continuous updations of the digital identity base enabled systems. Yes, thank you, sir. Thanks to the Election Commission for the opportunity to put my view on the validation of this literature, standards, and coverage evidence. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahantesh Birje. And my sincere thanks to Mr. Gowda also from ATU. You've been very supportive from beginning, and I appreciate all your contribution to our validation report also. Your presentation also very good. I sincerely thank once again both of you for your time and energy and your suggestions also. Yeah, we will be meeting, like to meet you sometime soon in Bangalore. I sincerely thank once again on behalf of all my colleagues also. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Sure,
Bye-bye.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I request all the participants kindly join for lunch.
We are assembling after lunch. We are running short of time. I think we should pace up the discussions. Now we start with biometric voter registration systems. And as you know, already this has been highlighted in, I think, everyone's address, since biometric means fingerprint, facial recognition, then iris, eye lobes, so many recognitions. And this ensures a robust voter registration, and frauds can be removed, efficiency can be improved. It will get a better integrated system to have a good election system. So regarding technology-driven voters registration, in that we deal with biometric voter registration system, and we begin this discussion with Srimati Shilpa Sharma. She'll be discussing about recommended practices and operational safeguards, including implementation challenges and mitigation measures. Srimati Shilpa Sharma is the Deputy Commissioner and District Magistrate of Bidar. She has been a civil engineering graduate and 2015 batch IAS officer. Before joining IAS, she has worked in NTPC and in the Indian Revenue Service. She is presently DC and District Magistrate Bidar. She has immense experience in public administration and RDPR. I request Madam Shilpa Sharma to address the gathering.
Very good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great opportunity to be part of this workshop. Thanks to CEO sir, Vastrat sir, and the election CEO office, entire CEO office. Next. Sir. Madly, sir. Yes, done, sir. Acha. Acha. Oh, very nice, sir. Oh, very. Okay, okay, okay. Very nice. Adu ಇದೆ remote? Very good afternoon. I understand a difficult session to attend after the lunch time, but this is the outline of my presentation. The topic that I have been given is biometrics-based registration process, and I'll briefly touch on the introduction part and comparison of countries on the lines of recommended practices, operational safeguards, implementation challenges, and mitigation measures. So unlike in session 1, which was about minimum guarantees, in this session we will talk about the validation of the practices which were recommended in the volume 1, and whether the biometric registration, it actually is related with the integrity, or it actually improves the integrity of the role and inclusion and public trust. Second. So in introduction, as we all know, in India, if a voter wants to get registered, he or she has to submit the filled Form 6, either online or through offline. So the countries, rather 16 countries that we have studied, there the voter registration is done using biometrics capture. Fingerprints, facial images, signatures, either all three of them, for example in Philippines, or any of these three, for example in Brazil and other countries. However, to collect the, or rather to capture the data, physical presence is mandatory. People have to come to the booths because of the availability of machines and all also. So physical presence is actually mandatory. Probably we'll have to think for going or moving towards AI system. And we will also discuss about whether that data which is captured, whether it is shared in a central pool or not. If it is shared to the central pool, it ensures effective deduplication. And continuous versus periodic updation. So from our studies, we have found that rather than just updating before the election period, continuous updation is a better method. Next. Next hogi 2-3 slides idu ಮಾಡಿ. I'll just come to the practices. Next. Next. 1 second. Back hogi, back. So we will discuss about the practices per se. So first practice, recommended practice is biometric deduplication and data cleansing. So as we all know, regular deduplication obviously improves the integrity of the voter roll. And we have evidences from these many countries. In Brazil, large-scale AFIS deduplication is done, automated fingerprint identification system. So the moment the voter gives his or her fingerprint, we get to know whether he has been registered elsewhere in other states or in the same city also, and we can actually ensure the deduplication part. In Ghana, biometric duplicate detection is done. Kenya, centralized cleansing, as I already mentioned. If the data is shared with the central pool, so if that voter is registered anywhere in the country, his data will be matched, and we can identify whether he's a duplicate entry or not. So we can again ensure the deduplication part. Next. So validation, it is strongly supported. Volume 1 actually correctly identifies that deduplication is the most important operational practice in biomodel systems. Implementation challenges that we will face are the false matches and false rejections. For example, in case of twins of the same gender, their face will match. So while we are taking their facial photograph, it might give us false matches, and we'll be forced to delete the genuine voter also. So mitigation measure for the same is multi-stage review, and we can review the same at multi-stages and exception handling procedures. Next. So recommended practice 2 is quality controlled biometric enrollment. Registration quality actually controls improve reliability of biometric records is what we studied in the volume 1. And we have evidences from Ghana, Kenya, Botswana, and Namibia and other countries where we have structured enrollment standards. In Kenya, field quality control mechanisms. So the electoral officers, or rather boards which we have, electoral boards across the country, so they visit the household, or they verify the identity of the voter, which will ensure that only the genuine voter is registered. Botswana registration supervision, and Namibia enrollment validation procedures. Next. So this practice is also strongly supported. Validation point which is positive is it correctly recognizes enrollment quality is critical to downstream system performance. And implementation challenges that we are facing here is poor biometric capture quality. So this will happen in case of an old voter. His finger or her fingerprints might be worn out. So that will not be able to capture correctly. Or visually impaired voter. His iris might not be get scanned correctly. So these challenges we'll have to address. And device malfunction and operator error. So device malfunction, you all know. Operator error, again, human error is something we cannot ignore. So mitigation measures for the same are training, supervision, and certification-based operator training. And equipment calibration we'll have to do regularly. And preventive maintenance is always better in that case also. Next. Recommended practice 3, periodic register review and audit. As we all know, continuous auditing or continuous reviewing of the same generally improves confidence in biometric voter databases. Next. So we have practices from these many countries. Brazil, continuous biometric verification. Kenya, register review exercises. The voter register that they are maintaining, they keep reviewing the same. Ghana data quality monitoring, Zambia periodic database validation. So as we already discussed, rather than just updating it before the election period, continuous updation is always better. Next. So validation again supported. It correctly identifies that review and auditing is important operational safeguard, and suggested improvement is to have a more further detailed discussion on the same, whether we want to have a third party audit or within the government only. Next. So till now we have talked about the recommended practices. Now we'll come to the operational safeguards. So operational safeguard 1 is exception handling and inclusion. Biosystems should accommodate voters whose biometrics cannot be reliably captured. We already discussed elderly voters or voters who are visually impaired, or persons with disability who cannot actually come to the voter registration booth for the data capturing. Next. The worn fingerprints we have come to know from Ghana and Kenya. Elderly voters, again the same thing. Physical disabilities as they can't come to the voter booths, and poor biometric quality, maybe because of the non-capturing of iris scan or others. Next. So again, it is supported, but it needs to be strengthened. And it does recognize that biometric systems require inclusion safeguards, and a suggested improvement is to provide more detailed discussion on the exception, because these all are exceptions for us. So we need to again have a detailed discussion on the same. Next. And persons with disability, specific enrollment, assistance, and accessible biometric capture arrangements. Maybe if we can work out with providing portable machines which can capture biometrics at house-to-house level or otherwise. And formal biometric exception protocols for voters whose biometrics cannot be reliably captured. Next. So operational safeguard second is security and data protection. So as we all know, we are capturing their personal data, fingerprints, iris scan. The person or the voter might be using that fingerprint for operation of his bank account also. So we have to ensure that that data is kept safe with us. So it does require enhanced protection and controlled access. We have supporting evidences from these countries. Brazil, we have centralized security controls. Kenya, controlled biometric database access. Ghana, administrative access restrictions. We cannot allow anyone to access these data. That has to be kept safe with the government. Nigeria, again, security management procedures. Next. So this validation also is strongly supported, and it does correctly recognize that biometric information is a highly sensitive personal data. As we discussed, they might be using for bank account operation and all. And implementation challenges are cyber security threats and unauthorized access. So to mitigate that, we have to control the access, and audit trials and security monitoring is to be done regularly. Next. We have talked about practices, operational safeguards. Now we'll come to the conclusion part. Across the countries, we have this, regarding that only, comparative evidence. In Zambia and Sierra Leone, we had equipment failure. And Guinea or Cameroon, connectivity constraints. Nigeria, large-scale enrollment logistics. Benin, Botswana, data quality variation and maintenance costs across the countries. So connectivity restraints, for example, if voter registration camp is being done in a rural area, we might not get access to internet also in some of the places. Next. So these challenges are realistic and evidence-based, and it is a major operational constraint also, and we have to broaden challenge analysis using a wider range of the country's experiences. Next. So for poor biometric quality, we can actually recall or serve the notice to the voter, get them re-enrolled and get them revalidated. For duplicate records, automated fingerprint identification system, we already discussed about that based cleansing. Equipment failure, we can have backup devices and preventive maintenance. For connectivity limitations, for example, in rural area, we can capture the data offline, and maybe we can synchronize the data when we come to the network zone. And inclusion concerns persons with disability, alternative verification procedures. Maybe we can go house to house or other measures. Next. So this is also broadly supported, appropriately emphasizes mitigation and operational resilience, and we need to include more country-specific mitigation examples. Next. We talked about, this is my conclusion part. Recommended practices, biometric deduplication, we discussed AFIS or continuous improvement, quality controlled enrollment, periodic auditing, continuous review rather than periodic or just before the elections, inclusion safeguards, persons with disability and with any kind of disability or otherwise, or old voters, operational resilience, and these practices are also supported by these 16 countries which we have studied. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable inputs. Now, I request Srimati Kirtana, Chief Executive Officer of Jilla Panchayat Chikmagalur, to deliver her address on aspirational benchmarks, transferability and gaps. Srimati Kirtana is a 2020 batch IS officer with professional experience in both private and public settings. She is a computer science engineer. She has served in various posts. She was Assistant Commissioner Mandya. She was Assistant Secretary to Government of India in Department of Telecommunications, and now presently CEO of Jilla Panchayat Chikmagalur. Her background in technology and governance makes her well suited to discuss future-oriented, technology-oriented voter registration. May I request you to deliver this? Mobile is here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank CEO sir for giving us this opportunity to know about the new technologies, the future of electoral roll, and also the best practices done in 87 EMBs. I would also thank Vastrat sir, Hiremat sir, other senior officers of CO office, fellow speakers, colleagues, and to the audience. First of all, just to ask ourselves, why do we have to go for this bio model? That is biometric voter registration, that is my area of discussion. Why should we go for it? So this bio voter registration model will ensure cleaner, error-free and accurate voter registrations. So this is very important for a stable electoral roll. Like in the previous speaker was also saying that 1% of error will lead to 13.5 million voters. Accuracy is very, very important, especially in developing countries. We see like this study has been taken up in 16 EMBs. Now these 16 EMBs are spread across Africa. Africa has about 12 EMBs. Latin America has 2 countries, and in Asia we have Philippines and Kyrgyzstan. So the DID model that was discussed backed with the biometric voter registration, next slide, will give us about 94 to 95% accuracy in the electoral roll. So that is the future that we'll have to head to. So now I'll be speaking of the biomodel ka aspirational benchmarks and what is volume 1 positioning, and if we are going to validate it. So why should we do it? As I said in the first part only, that it will ensure that it is accurate electoral rolls are given, and we'll reach our targets. Next slide, please. So first is, here we are looking at integration of the identity, integration of the existing data models. This is important for identity assurance. Automated integrity will ensure that citizen-centric services are provided. So, for example, as previous speaker said, Estonia has integrated about 1,000 databases. So here also in many countries, I'm sure already biometric data are collected for various reasons. In India also we have Aadhaar. Like that, we will have to integrate so that the source of the data remains intact. So, EMBs that has already executed this is about Brazil, Kenya, Ghana. Brazil being closest to India, it has registered about 150 million biometric identifications have been done. Next slide. Now, the first aspirational benchmark is, like, why do we have to go for biomarkers is to ensure that deduplication happens. The electoral roll is as accurate as possible. So here, about 30% are the electoral rolls in the EMBs that we are studying now. About 30% were error prone because of deduplication, ghost registers. But after moving towards biomodels, that accuracy has increased to a great deal. So what do we need to do it? That this is strongly supported. To ensure accuracy, biomodels are strongly supported, and we need substantial technical infrastructure and operational capacity that, as Madam discussed, all this technology driven, that TDVRs that we are speaking of, that needs intense capital investment in terms of technology and interoperability. Next. So the second point, second aspirational benchmark that we are looking for in biomodels is interoperability with national identity. As I said, every country, all the EMBs that we are looking at already there were existing biometric data, and the integration and interoperability between these various systems was very much required to ensure that data is as accurate as possible. In Karnataka, in India, so since we are studying about 87 EMBs, to know what to validate that data and to see what can be done for India, or if we can learn anything about that for India. So we have Aadhaar. In Karnataka, we have Fruits and Bhumi, as all of you have listened in the first two sessions. So the success of biomodels largely rely upon this integrity. So here, these are the bioevidences that is done in the other EMBs in Brazil, where iris and fingerprint, the multiple data points have been considered, and they are made sure that there is institutional coordination, and legal frameworks are also drawn in a way that there is no any legal hurdles. Next slide, please. And the aspirational benchmark 3, which is monitoring the integrity of the data that we have received. So there is this dire need to use the advanced automation to support the registered, the integrity of the register. For example, the data quality monitoring or registration anomaly detection, all these has to be automated so that the data that we have collected is monitored, it is detected for anomalies, and if there is any duplication that can be avoided should be taken care of. And this is an emerging benchmark, and we haven't reached there yet. We have to use the emerging technologies to ensure that these integrity or the sanctity of the electoral roll is maintained. So this is aspirational rather than practiced in the 16 EMBs that we have seen so far. So, I mean, in these EMBs, Brazil and Ghana have been using, increasingly using the data quality, integrity, and monitoring tools in their electoral rolls. Next benchmark is use of AI. As we all know, AI is a green field, it's still evolving. So we have to, again, this is not in practice, this is not an established practice in these EMBs. This is future-oriented possibility where we will have to ensure that the quality of the biometric assist is at par. And here, the suggested improvement would be, while using the AI, is human oversight is seen, explainability of either deletion, deduplication, that explainability has to be well-versed, and privacy protection and accountability as discussed in the by the previous speaker. And very important and very crucial, next benchmark please. Very crucial is aspirational benchmark 5, which is inclusion-oriented biometric innovation. As we all know, I am from a district called Chikmagalur, where I'm sure sir was DC, and Ramesh sir was DC, so he understands it better. We have a lot of locations where there is connectivity issue. We have a area called Malnadu, which do not have connectivity even today. There is only one house in the entire habitation. So there are many reasons that we can consider that could cause that the registration will not happen 100%. So in those cases, we'll have to ensure, we'll have to go for multimodal biometrics, where it is not only one. It should be phone-based or IVR-based, or where we will take the decentralized kits to the houses and capture their data, online, offline capturing. Similarly, there are persons with disabilities. We all have seen in Orissa cases that there are no fingerprints only. So it should be either iris or fingerprints or so and so. So this inclusivity, it is strongly supported in the validation that these are the problems that you could see, that for poor fingerprints, elderly voters. So, and I have also given the direction also, what should be done. So, more discussion has to happen with respect to disability inclusive biometric systems. As I said, addressing this gap in all the EMBs, or in the future also, will lead to a better electoral roll. Next slide. So now the transferability, as we have discussed, the first aspirational gap is moderate to high. As we can see, the inclusion-oriented innovation, it is the highest, where we'll have to put a lot of concentration on, and everything else is either emerging or moderate. So we have to discuss more on biometric, how to make it more viable, and so that it is suitable for most of the EMBs and very efficient. So that's all. Thank you. So I request CEO sir that you have given us an opportunity to read about this and to come up with validations. We would request if you can give us an opportunity to travel also to these countries. Not all of them, but some of the countries, because this was, we never thought these are the things that are happening worldwide. It opened our eyes in various ways. So if you can give us some exposure to other these things also, it will be very nice. This is a request from, I'm sure, most of the speakers. So thank you very much again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirtana ma'am. I second your proposal. I also don't mind traveling to all these countries. Now, may I request Professor, National Law School of India University, Dr. Jasmine Joseph, who is virtually available. She'll be discussing on review of literature standards and comparative evidence. Dr. Jasmine Joseph is an accomplished legal academician with nearly 2 decades of teaching and research experience. She holds postgraduate qualifications in law and is currently serving as a professor in the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. Her expertise in legal and regulatory frameworks brings valuable perspective to electoral governance and voter registration standards. May I request Jasmine Joseph to address the gathering, please.
Please continue, madam. Please continue. You are not audible, madam. Not audible. You are not audible, madam. Please unmute from your side. Madam, you kindly unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you very much. It
You-
was
Yes, you are audible now.
my
Yes,
screen
madam.
was stuck for a moment. I'm so sorry for the delay. I know that we are running slightly delayed than the schedule, not slightly, very much delayed than the schedule. So I will cut short rather than presenting what I have submitted for the entire which is shared. I will rather move back to some other areas where in a slightly more what do you call slightly more succinct version of it. Right. Okay. So to start with, yeah, I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
It's visible.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
So yeah, wonderful. I'm not going into much of the introduction because almost everyone is by now familiar with it. So the entire exercise of technology-driven voter registration, along with its multiple methods that we are focusing today, is with one core idea: one person, one identity, one vote. Right. To study this concept, a behemoth exercise has been taken by the Karnataka Karnataka Election Commission, which is supported by its very efficient staff and research scholars. So the way that the concept of biometric voter registration has been done through some literature review that has been done. So the literature review that has been done was mostly relied on International Foundation for Electoral System and documents from IDEA. And also I could see that one academic study by Allen and Clark has been very used in a very successful manner. So by looking at all these aspects, literature review, some adoptions are also looked into. The countries which adopted biometric voter registration has been looked into, basically Ghana, Nigeria, and Peru being the focus. From that, there are certain benefits, challenges, and emerging best practices have been drawn up. So I'm not going into the benefit, but I'm looking at the challenges a bit. One is the high financial and infrastructural cost that might require for biometric voter registration, a framework to come into picture, and cybersecurity risk and supply chain dependencies have been identified through this literature review. And data protection and privacy concerns, as one of the former speakers from the Capitol Hall when I was listening to it, most of the presenters are focusing on this area. Right. So these in this PPT slide, those which are highlighted in yellow are the literature that has been used to prepare this document. And I have some more suggestions to make from mostly from academic background, and I have added that in my PPT. So there are multiple, some more literature if we can look through would be great. So I'll be sharing this later. So naturally you will get an idea, right? Um, okay, now moving on to the comparative country experiences with biometric voter registration. Some of them are actually looked in this report, some perhaps not. So my suggestion would be to include these countries as well. Say for example, Zambia, which has introduced this biometric voter registration pretty early, right? So from Zambia, what we could learn is that long-term investment and which can improve register integrity, but it actually has a high cost, and rural deployment remain a challenges as it was been experienced in Zambia. Ghana, it has already been looked into, and one lesson that we can learn from Ghana is that it enhances trust and accuracy, but cannot itself eliminate political contestation. That is from Ghana's experience of contesting its in the last general election. And Kenya seems to be that it captures both fingerprints and photographs for voter registration. And one of the lessons that we can learn is that technology must be supported by robust contingency mechanism and transparent oversight. This is because in 2017 election in Ghana, there was a massive kit failure when it tried to operationalize the biometric system through which, and it actually had to fall back on the manual procedures, which created quite a lot of political contestation later on, once actually the election was over. Zimbabwe is another example which we haven't actually looked into, where it actually replaced with biometrical registration, and data quality duplication was reduced. But one of the problem is institutional credibility was a problem that is observed in Zimbabwe, because the nature of the election commission was under challenge there, under scrutiny there. It was argued by many that in Zimbabwe, the election commission itself was partisan. So institutional integrity, therefore, is a major, is an important factor there, right? Now, to my last slide on comparative country experiences, Guinea, it's a latecomer in this area. However, it has been successful in bringing voter roll more accurate, and fraud detection was being done. But the question in Guinea was the local technical capacity. The problem was that there was a lot of exclusion arguments which were there in Guinea because of the lack of local capacity to integrate more voters into it. That was one. And Venezuela, being a nation which is which has started biometric integration pretty early, but perhaps not one of the best example because of the nature of the regime over there. Now, here I'm picking that example for only one aspect, that in a very polarized political environment, you may change the system, but then contestations and challenges never gets covered. So there, the problems that has been identified is lack of transparency and institutional independence of the Venezuelan Election Commission has been considered as one of the problem. And also, one major challenge that has been observed therein was the privacy concern, right? Because the government has a high-handed control over the data that has been captured through biometric voter registration. There is a criticism that the government is using those data for its own purposes, its own purposes. So, moving to the standard that has been used, as I said in the volume 2 of the report that has been suggested, you will see that overall it has reviewed around 87 EMBs worldwide, and a comparative matrix was developed, and the analysis was actually based on websites, institutional reports, law, technical studies, and cybersecurity framework. And you can find the detailed comparative findings presented in volume 2. Now, if I collate the entire literature review outcome, you will see that these seems to be the major points where the literature review has led the team, that technology-driven voter registration is a core feature. However, there must be systems that are built on accuracy, inclusiveness, transparency, security, especially cyber security and privacy concerns, accessibility, accountability, and institutional resilience. Therefore, success actually depends on legal and constitutional safeguard, institutional preparedness, the technology capacity, administrative capability, and accessibility protections, public trust, and long-term sustainability. Now, this report, I understand that is not India-centric, but rather it is created in such a way that any nation at a later point of time can adopt the best practices and can learn from it. So these observations are actually not specifically India-centric. This can be replicated worldwide. So the literature review at the end seems to suggest that no one mechanism is foolproof, but rather hybrid systems which are inclusive seems to be the global trend that is going on. So no one system seems to be perfect. Now, the last couple of slides, and then I will stop there with a thought bubble for all of you. There was comparative evidence was taken, which was a very extensive exercise that has been taken vis-a-vis all technology-driven methods, including biometric voter registration. And one of the outcome that the outcome that you can find that biometric voter registration is commonly adopted where identity fraud is prevalent, duplication is there, and civil documentation systems are weak, which we heard from the Capitol Hall discussions in the morning when we are looking at the population register model. And public confidence in voters' role is low. So therefore, biometric voter registration aims to enhance the credibility and integrity of elections. But however, there may be certain risk of voter exclusion due to physical presence requirements to register, biometric authentication failures, which we have seen in Zimbabwe, and infrastructural constraints, technological dependency, and unequal access to registration facilities. But as we understand, if you look at the experiences of India, we know that we have that unequal access has been attempted to be covered by multiple methods of voter registration. So only biometric voter registration could create unequal access. So the vulnerable groups that may face learned CEO, respected CEO was mentioning in the inaugural speech that there are the focus has to be on vulnerable groups, and the vulnerable groups identified in the literature review are rural population, elderly citizens, manual laborers. I will also suggest here to add the migrant laborers also, persons with disabilities, and geographically remote communities. Now, one of the case studies that has been done would reveal that one very practical fallback of biometric registration is people who are doing hard labors. They do not even have a proper fingerprint. So if you're only looking at fingerprint as a biometric registration, that can be a challenge. Rather, biometric fingerprint plus other feature like photo identification or iris scan, such kind of approach could be better. Right. So with that, let me move to the last part of my presentation, that is the observation that I am making. The rest of the PPTs are available for your review and comments at a later point of time, but let me conclude it here because of the time factor. So, biometric is most effective when combined with strong institution, transparent oversight, and reliable fallback procedure to protect voter inclusion. Having said that, let me leave you with one thought bubble. That thought bubble being that in most of the countries that I have personally verified, where biometric registration or rather technology-driven voter registration is being done, one important factor has been the right to vote. How the country is preserving the right to vote. Right. Now, the right to vote in most of the countries that I have reviewed, where technology-driven voter registration is used, is constitutionally protected, but not only constitutionally protected as a constitutional right, but rather as a fundamental right. So, what is the benefit of when you are adopting technology-driven voter registration and making right to vote a fundamental right, unlike India, which is not a fundamental right, which is only a constitutional and a legislative right. So, I have around 5 or 6 points that a strong constitutional protection of the right to vote imposes a corresponding duty on the state to ensure that there is no exclusion, there is no active or latent, patent or latent exclusion that has been happening. So which means that the state is becoming the custodian, and state has become is duty bound because there is a corresponding fundamental right to vote. And hello sir, hello. Okay, and the second point that I would want to highlight is technology-driven registration is it's to function as a facilitators for participation, and it should not create any barriers to the exercise of. I know that my PPT is not moving, so there seems to be some problem. But anyway, I am not now going back to the presentation mode again. I hope I'm audible. Since I'm concluding, I don't want to go back and take your time. Biometric voter registration are constitutionally acceptable only when they do not result in the exclusion of eligible voters. So the legitimacy of biometric or technology-driven voter registration has to be constitutionally legitimate when there is no exclusion. Therefore, state must provide effective safeguards and fallback mechanism to address technological failures, errors, or accessibility barriers. Technological failure should never lead to the disenfranchisement of eligible citizens. And to conclude, the last point is that the greater constitutional status to voters' voting rights, the higher the standard would be of scrutiny by both the judiciary as well as by the EMBs. So therefore, a bit of a research interest perhaps should also look into, when you are looking into the law regime, I would conclude with this comment that not only cybersecurity and data protection and how to integrate technology-driven voter registration into Representation of People Act Along with that, I think some more discussion has to go into the nature of the right to vote, whether right to vote should be elevated into the sanctity of fundamental right whenever technology-driven voter registration is adopted. With that, I will conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, and over to you.
I sincerely thank Professor Jasmine Joseph for joining this conference, madam. We are enriched by your presentation. Thank you very much for all the support. You've been with us for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiramarji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are moving to hybrid. We are moving to a hybrid digital assisted system model. We are all aware that voter register or electoral roll or Matadar Patti is a foundation for election, conducting election. Over time, voter registration has evolved from manual records to digital databases. But one question remains, whether these systems are accessible to remote areas, remote citizens, persons with low digital literacy, senior citizens, persons with disability. We have seen in three models, PRA model, bio model, and DID model. These models have been adopted by smaller countries. There is no diversity. All these things are not there. They can easily adopt those models. Whereas in large countries, we need to have hybrid model. So, out of the 87 countries, only 10 are in this model. 10 are in this model. I will not go in detail. It is given in our PPT, you can see. Our first speaker is Jubin Mohapatra ji, who is a 2002-1 batch IAS officer, holds BTech in computer science engineering and master degree in IT and operations from IIT Roorkee. Before joining the civil services, he worked in the fields of cybersecurity, identity access management with leading multinational organizations. He is presently serving as Commissioner, Raichur City Corporation. I request Mohapatra ji come and deliver his address on HYB or hybrid model.
Honorable CEO sir, respected seniors, all my colleagues and friends, Tamalarge Namaskara, very good afternoon to one and all. So, I'm Jubin Mahapatra, I'm serving as Raichur Corporation Commissioner. The topic I'm going to speak about is hybrid digitally assisted voter registration systems. Henceforth, I'll be referring it as HYB in the interest of brevity. So, can you go to the next slide? So, quick disclaimer that this presentation is in no way a critique or an attempt to change the findings of Volume 1 or Volume 2. It is just a humble attempt to validate whatever is the finding using the evidences presented in the Volume 1, Volume 2 reports themselves and some research that I could do in limited time. And apart from that, few small value additions here and there wherever feasible, I would like to present. So what exactly is an HYB model? Already Hiramadji beautifully has captured it. So I'll quickly just define it. So basically a hybrid model or HYB model combines digital tools with human-assisted field verification. Basically the Indian model that we are so familiar with. Here in India, we use NSVP, we use BLO app, we use ERONet. Even postal ballots last year, we used through EPPBS digital models. At the same time, we have a massive network of BLOs as well as political stakeholders like BLAs who are working tirelessly on the field to augment our processes. So that in essence is the HYB model, where both digital as well as human interventions are used. So from the cursory glance that I could take from both volume and volume 2, the HYB model is the most trusted model world over, although only 10 EMBs are widely using it. And apart from that, as you can already understand, this is the most operationally complex as well, because we have to manage huge IT infrastructure as well as a huge human resource. Next. Next slide. So the volume 1 especially elucidates and compares 10 EMBs which are using HYB model. I have tried to summarize it in form of a small heat map. So 6 main criteria we have identified to compare these EMBs and to see why HYB is such a robust model. So as you can see, the first is identity, how strong is our identity management, how strong is accessibility or inclusion for the voters. Interoperability simply means how interoperable the systems are across states, across various departments, how often it is updated, security, and the trust factor. So without spending a lot of time, I'll just briefly highlight 3 takeaways from the slide. First, if we see, mostly it's Australia and India, where the HYB models are very, very matured. In fact, the Indian model scores slightly more in trust factor simply because Australia deals with 18 million voters, whereas India deals with 1,000 million voters or 1 billion voters. So thereby, probably when we speak of HYB model, the most balanced, pragmatic, and most mature model is in our country itself. Second point that I would like to highlight is USA. USA is doing really, really well in terms of technology. However, the main area of improvement that the reports point to and my research also pointed to is interoperability. What happens in USA is every state, sir, has its own process, has its own systems. So for example, if I'm a voter in Texas, I shift to California for my work purpose, I have to get registered there. My experience, the pathway, the process I have to follow to become a registered voter there will be completely different. That is why interoperability in US is a little less. The last main takeaway is if we see Panama, Fiji, Seychelles, Nepal, Sri Lanka, the countries or the EMBs where there is some room of improvement, where they have scored more in yellow and red, that in no way to tell that they are performing poorly. This is just a comparative slide. How are we placed compared to other countries? So these countries, if you see, they're all either mountainous, remote location countries or small, sporadically populated, scattered islands like Fiji, Seychelles. So Kirtana ma'am and few other speakers before me also pointed out, I also worked as a ARO, ERO in Puttur, a subdivision of Dakshin Kannada, where almost 6 booths we had to get down from vehicle and walk for kilometers altogether to reach that point, those points. So thereby to tell that these small countries are lagging behind or there is some room of improvement purely because of the geography they are situated in. So thereby the main takeaway is the successful HYB system is shaped not only by technology or training or human resources, but also by the social context, the social maturity and the geography as well. So the validation is strongly supported. The report proposes that the HYB model is the future and that is strongly supported by evidence. Couple of points that I would like to suggest as improvements, sir, is number one, if Panama, Georgia and the small countries that we spoke about, what my research suggested is they have very unique features. For example, Panama has a local electoral tribunal to validate the field verifications. If those points can be added, it will add more value, sir. And apart from that, Canada and New Zealand and South Africa, they actually have a very robust and matured HYB model, sir. In fact, New Zealand has a very unique field verification model specifically for a minority population in that country called Maoris. So if those angles can be introduced, it can probably make for even a more interesting learning. Next. Next. Now quickly I'll go through the 5 aspirational benchmarks proposed in both the reports. The first benchmark talks about transitioning from a mono-channel to a multi-channel or a multi-mode process. Simply multi-channel or a multi-mode process means what? We can access the services across various platforms. May it be physical forms through a BLO, through softwares on mobile phones or through websites or web-based applications. So as you can see, India, Australia, USA, Mauritius, Georgia, these are the 5 countries which are quite matured in having a multimodal sort of a service model. Especially in India, we have NVSP. A lot of digitization has happened at the same time retaining the field touch. So again, the assertion presented by the report is that the multimodal way of service is the future. That is where all the EMBs have to go to. And it is very, very strongly supported by all the evidences presented. Probably two small areas that can be used as a improvement is first, probably a chapter can be dedicated or some points can be dedicated to talk about data integrity, data fidelity and granularity. So that whatever data we are collecting in physical form or through an application or through the website, they are in consonance with each other. There is no data conflict or data mismatch. Next slide. Second thing that I would like to propose on the aspirational benchmark is a maturity model. So this maturity model, sir, I have adopted from CMMI. There is a body called CMMI, Capability Maturity Model Integration. So, and apart from that, I have also gone through ISO 27001. So the volume 1 categorically specifies the EMBs into 3 categories. One is aspirational, one is recommended, one is minimum. So 3 categories of EMBs in terms of their models is being prescribed. If we can bifurcate it further into 5 categories, it will be probably, it will give us a little bit more deep dive. First. Secondly, if we look at block 3 and block 4, so most of the 10 EMBs discussed fall in block 3 and block 4. Block 5 is the most sophisticated, where we are attempting to go, that is the adaptive technologies, where AI can be, or the machine learning can be used to detect anomalies and autocorrect itself. For example, in India, as all of us know, right now also we are using some amount of AI to detect DSEs, PSEs, various anomalies. However, still the final decision making happens at a human level. So the future, with more and more population, more and more complex systems, complex IT systems, maybe the adaptive is the next phase. And so if in the future volumes, a little bit of light can be thrown on that, sir, it will be great. Next. So coming to aspirational benchmark number 2, which talks about smart field verification systems, the assertion or the hypothesis that both the volumes present is that we need a strong field presence to ensure that the hybrid model works fine. And it is very well through sound logic also, and with evidence also it is backed, sir. For example, in India itself, in Nepal, I was very surprised to know that they have ward level authorities also to actually validate what the BLOs or the registration officers are doing. In India also we have a very, very strong system of DEOs, EROs, AEROs. So that is the future, and the assertion is very strongly supported with all the evidence that we need a smart field verification system. Probably one small area we can look into in future is that GIS referencing, whether we can go for GIS based fencing or GIS referencing of various booths and the voter populations. Next. So the next aspirational benchmark is that of a voter service experience. So what this particular hypothesis in the volume 1 report focuses is it says that the electoral process of getting myself registered, going and voting, getting myself deleted or shifted should not be only seen as a transaction itself. It should be a voter experience, because voters as a EMB, voters are our customers. So how seamless we make the service experience for them, that is what this particular slide and the assertion talks about. The report talks about the fact that any EMB which is making a seamless and a painless service experience for its voters is a successful model, and those HYBs are actually doing good, especially, for example, our country itself, India. If I want to get myself shifted, I can apply online, I can go to my BLO, I can approach even a BLA and he will take me to a BLO. So that kind of service experience is something the aspirational benchmark is vouching for, and it is also strongly supported in both volume 1 and volume 2 reports through all the evidences. Probably one interesting aspect that we would like to see in the future volumes is a personalized registration journey. So what I found out is in some parts of USA, in some states of USA, voters get a personal ID also to log into their system. Through my ID, I can track my journey. For example, my schooling was in some place, Bengal. I became a voter first time there. Then I went to some other state to work. I became a voter there. So the entire journey of your electoral this thing can be tracked through through a software. So that is something we can probably look at in the future volumes of the reports. Next. Fourth benchmark is about accessibility and inclusion. Of course, the previous speaker also was talking about it. If we make everything biometric or everything IT driven, there is a very good chance that some marginal society people, especially who are not very educated, who are not very tech savvy, may get left out. All of us know that, for example, physically differently abled people or even elderly people, they have a very difficult time getting their iris or thumb scanned. So that is why maybe, for example, in India, we use Aadhaar for identity proof, but it's not a citizen's, or this is not the end all or the be all. So there's a variety of modes through which we authenticate our voters. So this talks about the same thing. So how do you ensure that PWDs, elderly voters, remote populations, minorities, or people who are difficult to reach out to are not missed out on. So the report suggests, the hypothesis suggests that there has to be particular safeguards in each hybrid system to protect the interests of such people, and that is very well supported in the evidences presented as well. One point that I could find out from my own research is there is something called WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. It is a global guideline which focuses on 4 parameters: perceivability, operability, understandability, and robustness. So maybe if a chapter can be added in the future volumes to maybe look at all the EMBs and what softwares they're using and how they rank in these 4 parameters, that can probably make an interesting read. Next. The last benchmark talks about responsible use of AI and infusing more and more technology and automation. Briefly, we spoke about it in the maturity section, so I'll not spend a lot of time. A lot of evidences have been presented, sir, in the reports itself, as to why technology is so important to be infused more and more into the system. However, as it is a new benchmark, because there is no system as of now, no EMB as of now, which is using a purely AI model or a pure data-driven sort of a process. So exactly to validate using evidences for a non-existent system is very difficult, sir. That's why we have marked it as an emerging benchmark. As and when probably the system evolves, we'll get more evidence so that we can validate it further. One thing, but we should keep in mind in the future iterations or in the present volumes, when we talk about AI, we must also highlight its own risks. Because sir very kindly introduced me by saying that I worked in the cybersecurity. I worked as a cybersecurity professional, sir, for 4 years. So when we talk about data, it comes with its inherent risks. So if in the future, for example, an AI is as strong as its code. So if I'm a coder, I am biased. I can very well, jolly well create a bias in the AI system itself. So no system is infallible. So if those risks can also be called out, that will make for a very holistic reading. Next. The last main point is transferability, whether all these 5 benchmarks that we spoke about, infusion of technology, inclusion, accessibility, etc., whether they are transferable across the EMBs, whether all the EMBs can follow these best practices. Absolutely yes. What we found is that both the volume and volume 2 reports, whatever points we have highlighted, every EMB can actually adapt this and go for a sophisticated HYV model. The key message, sir, takeaway is that the HYV systems, they actually fare much better than purely digital or purely manual systems. Purely because we have audit logs, we have technology to support the accuracy, then you have the human intervention to ensure inclusion. Next. Sir, I would like to take just a minute just to close my presentation through some cybersecurity related points. So basically, so I could find 3 major, I'll be explaining in my next slide, I could find 3 major breaches when it comes to EMBs. The first one happened in Philippines, then in UK, then in USA. So what I could find is, although none of the breaches had any impact on voting patterns or the fairness of elections. So we're not looking at voting or fairness of elections per se. What we're looking for is voters' data itself is a very high value target. That itself is a critical infrastructure. That is what I'm trying to drive home here. So the way we collect normal data and store it may be slightly it should be a little more robust when it comes to personal voters' data. So that is why probably in the future volumes we can add some points there on how to collect data sensitively, how to store it, what is the retention period, how do we retain the data, when it requires to be deleted, who gives the approvals, where is the access control, etc. Next. Sir, I have borrowed from NIST, that is the globally most popular standard of cyber security, National Institute of Security and Technology of USA. And I have also tried to embed some learnings from ISO 27001 of our own country. So these are the 5 major points that any cyber security or any standard electoral security practices talk about. Prevention of attacks, detection, response time to fix it, recover, and then take away learning so that the systems keep improving. Next. I'll keep it very short. These are the 7 strategic or rather steps that we can take to implement the previous slides 5 inputs. I won't get into the details because they're very, very self-explanatory in nature, and in the interest of time, sir, we will move on to the last slide. This to me is the most interesting slide. I just briefly spoke about it. So first EMB to face a leak was Philippines. It happened in 2016. It's more famously called Comleaks because Comleaks is the name of Philippines EMB as well. So they call it Comleaks. 55 million voters data was exposed. And what it taught is that securing the data itself is as important as securing the process or the fairness of systems as well, sir. The next attack happened in UK. What makes it unique is the attack actually happened in 2021 and it could not be detected for 14 months. So the attack was actually detected deep into, I think, October 2022. So within a span of 14 months, almost 80 million plus various data points were leaked, sir. And once it was detected, it again took about a year to fix the breach. So the third exposure happened in USA. Although the USA EMB site, EMB servers were highly protected, there was a third-party service provider called Deep Root Analytics. Those servers were actually exposed. And as far as my limited knowledge goes, in India, although we use NIC servers to host the data, but how those servers are being procured, who is manufacturing it, so on and so forth. Despite of everything, there will be a lot of third-party touch points. So third-party risk management or vendor risk management is something the previous speaker also spoke about. That is something we can maybe look at in the future volumes. So mean time to detect, mean time to respond is something all of us have to be aware about. So I conclude my presentation. Sorry if I have overstepped the time limit a little bit. Thank you so much.
Correct. Order. Mohapatra ji has brought out model standards, minimum guarantees, not only for the hybrid model, for all the models. He has researched from secondary sources and brought out all these things. He has gone beyond our volume 1 and volume 2. He interacted with me several times and even though he was having a visit of VVIPs and traveling from Bengaluru to Raichur and back, so valuable presentation we got and feedback. We'll include this in our report. Now, the next speaker is Dr. R.H. Gowder. He's not there. Yeah, Dr. Gowder is a professor in Vishweshwaraya Technology University, distinguished professor of computer science and engineering, with over 2 decades of experience and teaching, research and academic leadership. His areas of expertise include artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, blockchain, and cloud computing. He has authored more than 250 publications, holds 32 patents, and has received several prestigious awards, including the Eminent Engineer Award. Sir, I request you to address the gathering about the hybrid model.
Sir, I hope Sir, I hope the slides are visible. Yes, sir. Respected Chief Electoral Officer, distinguished officers of the Election Commission, officials from DPR and IDEM, esteemed members of the review committee, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to place on record my appreciation for the tremendous effort undertaken by the study team in preparing Volume 1, 2 volumes, Volume 1, Volume 2 report on technology-driven voter registration system. We have gone from our side, the entire Volume 1 and Volume 2. We have given our review report as well. So I would like to present today now on hybrid model, that is review of literature standard comparative model. So I am going to discuss on introduction to hybrid digital assistant system, hybrid validation framework, inclusive electoral modernization, multi-channel service delivery, assisted registration mechanism, field verification and accuracy, accessibility and right safeguards, citizen-centric electoral services, comparative evidence, transferability and interpretation, and final conclusion. So as you know, human hybrid digital assistant system combine digital technology with human assistant to ensure that all services are modern, efficient, inclusive, and accessible to all voters. The core principle is that the hybrid digital assisted systems is validated through 5 dimensions. One is on inclusion, accessibility, service integration, comparative evidence, and analytical conclusions. So what we are validating in this is there are 5 dimensions. One is inclusion. The purpose is to ensure that no voter is excluded from electoral services. The second is accessibility, is to ensure that the electoral services are usable by all citizens. The third dimension is service integration. The purpose is to assess coordination between digital and human assisted services. The comparative evidence, the purpose is to validate the hybrid model findings through international EMB practices. The last one is the analytical conclusion. The purpose is to determine whether literature and evidence support the findings. The first part is inclusive electoral modernization. The key idea is the electoral services using technology, but it should ensure that no voter is excluded. So the focus is on digital inclusion, equal access, human assisted support, accessibility for vulnerable groups. So the comparative evidence of EMI is, in India, online registration supplemented by BLO assisted registration, whereas in Nepal, it is supported through digital registration, supported through community-based assistance. In Australia, it is online enrollment supported by alternative service channels. In Mauritius, it is multi-channel voter registration services. USA, it is multi-registration pathways, including in-person support. So after going through this report, what I have suggested is the explicit reference disability for this, which should include electoral technology, literature, and accessibility frameworks. And the second is the multi-channel service delivery. So this voters should have multiple options to access the services through mobile apps, electoral offices, call centers, and BLO assistance. But when we see the services in India, it is online, mobile, and BLO assisted registration channels. In Mauritius, multi-voter service access points. In Australia, it is digital and administrative registration channels. USA, it is online, mail, and local office registration mechanism. So one of the suggestions we have included is include more discussion on service integration and channel consistency. And next one is the assisted registration mechanism. The literature position we have seen is the mechanism should be essential where digital literacy and access are uneven. Basically, when we compare the EMB evidence, in India, BLO assisted voter registration, Nepal, it is community level registration support, in Fiji, outreach services for remote communities, and for Shells, it is assisted registration mechanism. For Sri Lanka, it is local registration and support, local registration support structures. And after going through the report, we suggested is the discussion should include on structure assistance for elderly voters, PWDs, and remote communities. Then the field verification and accuracy. This is all about technology-based registration systems should include the field validation to maintain trust and accuracy. So we have seen different countries, like in India it is BLO verification of registration application. In Nepal it is community verification mechanism. In Sri Lanka it is local verification procedures. And in Mauritius it is administrative verification process. So after seeing this report on field verification and accuracy, I have suggested to include more on verification standard and quality assurance. And then accessibility and right safeguards. So this is all about the electoral technology should be designed to enhance participation rather than just create barriers. In other words, it should ensure accessibility, equality, and protection of voter rights. So when we compare different countries' EMB evidence, in India it is assisted through mechanism for vulnerable voters. In Australia, it is accessible registration pathways. In Fiji, it is outreach services for geographically isolated populations, whereas Seychelles, it is inclusion oriented registration arrangements. So we have suggested here, like on disability inclusion, multilingual access and accessibility by design. Then citizen-centric electoral services. Now this modern voter registration should prioritize citizen convenience and service equality. In other words, this should enhance participation and remove barriers for all voters. In India, it is supported through digital self-service combined with assisted support. In Australia, it is like supported through convenient online enrollment services. In Mauritius, it is like multi-channel service delivery. In USA, diverse registration options available for supporting voter convenience. So after seeing this report, we have suggested here to include or to discuss proactive voter communication, service standards, user experience. And then the comparative evidence coverage and transferability. Here, basically the findings, there are hybrid findings supported by multiple EMBs, but broader comparative evidence can strengthen the analysis. So when we see different countries, in India it is supported through larger scale hybrid implementation. In Australia, it is supported through mature digital assisted services. In Nepal, it is like hybrid adaptation in developing context. In Fiji and Seychelles, it is supported through small island adaptation. In Mauritius, it is multi-channel service integration. And also we have the additional evidence available in Panama. It is supported through digital integration, Georgia hybrid framework, and additionally Fiji outreach for remote population. Seychelles, it is like small state inclusion, and Sri Lanka community verification. After going through this comparative study and coverage, so we have suggested to strengthen, like use a broader range of hybrid digital assistant examples to strengthen transferability analysis. Then the transferability and interpretation. Now in this, the hybrid electoral systems are more adaptable than fully digital models because they can fit different social, administrative and technological environments. So as per the evidence, like from India, it is like large scale hybrid implementation with digital registration, PLO assistance and field verification. When we see Australia, it is mature digital services supported by administrative channels. We see Nepal, it is community assisted registration for citizens with limited digital access. When we see Fiji and Seychelles, it is like outreach based registration in small island settings. In Mauritius, it is multi-channel voter registration services. So we are suggested to discuss more on transfer in relation to digital literacy, administrative capacity, geographic conditions. So conclusion is the literature standards and comparative evidence used in volume 1 are broadly aligned and support the principal conclusion regarding hybrid digital assistance systems. The hybrid chapter is generally supported, and the final report may be strengthened by broadening the comparative evidence base and further elaborating key consideration. So what are the areas like supported is like inclusive electoral modernization, multi-channel registration, assisted registration, field verification, accessibility, citizen-centric service delivery, context-sensitive modernization. But this report would further, I would like to suggest on literature like additional references on accessibility, inclusion, disability for inclusive election and technology, and more explicit treatment of accessibility by design and service quality standards. The comparative greater use of Panama, Georgia, Fiji, Seychelles and Sri Lanka, transferability like clear articulation of social and administrative prerequisites. So this is all about my presentation. So I would like to thank the Chief Electoral Officers and the officers of the Election Commission for providing me opportunity. And moreover, as I suggested, we have gone through both Volume 1 and Volume 2, and we have given a detailed report on both Volume 1 and Volume 2, and also we have suggested various inclusion so that the report can be further, it can be strengthened.
Thank you, Gowdarji. You have supported this exercise of global comparative report. So we have sent a feedback also along with Dr. Birjay sir.
Yes.
We are very much thankful for your valuable suggestions. We will incorporate in our report. So
Yes,
next
thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I have got the privilege of introducing you to the next technical session, that is PCVR model. So as you are aware of, PCVR stands for Permanent Computerized Voter Registration Model. I have the privilege of introducing you the next speaker, Shri Mohammad Roshan sir. Sir is a BTech graduate with extensive administrative experience. He has served as Assistant Commissioner, CEO of Jilla Panchayat in Uttar Kannada and Haveri districts, and Managing Director of HESCOM. He is presently serving as Deputy Commissioner and District Magistrate of Belgavi district. Sir, I request you to kindly introduce you and give the insights about PCVR model. Sir's topic will be on validation of aspirational benchmarks, transferability and gaps.
Thank you so much, Raghavendra ji. I'll keep it very short and crisp. It's just a simple 7-slide presentation. We can quickly move to the second slide. Basically, I'm going to talk about permanent computerized voter registers. Basically, when we talk about PCVR model, once we look at volume 1, the objective is to assess whether these future-facing benchmarks are supported by comparative international evidence. There are about 5 benchmarks that we'll be looking at in particular. 3 would be administrative in nature and 2 would be future-facing in nature. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So when we look at the comparative evidence from Canada, the United Kingdom, Uruguay, Barbados, Thailand, they broadly support the aspirational direction identified in volume 1. When we look at the advanced PCVR systems, they are moving beyond voter databases. Raghavendra ji, you can kindly mute your mic. Yes, thank you. So they move beyond voter databases and they are evolving into integrated voter management ecosystems. When we look at our own country, we started off with manual databases. Now the BLO has his own application and the database is digitalized. So this is a future-facing PCVR model in a limited sense. Next slide, please. So now we will start, out of 5 benchmarks, we will look at the first benchmark, which is near real-time register maintenance. So we want it to be almost real-time register maintenance. So there is evidence from Canada, the United Kingdom and Uruguay, which demonstrates the growing use of continuous updating and which is supported by administrative data sources. The future voter registers, including our own country's future voter register, it should evolve continuously. We do have a practice in India where the voter register, the additions, the deletions, and the change of locations are done continuously. There are only 2 instances where this type of voter updation does not occur. The first instance is during election period itself, where the electoral roll is stagnated, and the second occasion is when there is a draft roll published. So in terms of volume 1 is very accurate when it looks at this type of future readiness, that we should definitely have a near real-time register maintenance. Next slide, please. Now let us look at the aspirational benchmark 2. It is integrated administrative data ecosystem. What do we mean by an integrated administrative data ecosystem? We don't want the citizens to come and give us data. We want the data to be automated in the sense that it will look at several databases and that ecosystem is integrated. So the benchmark that is provided in volume 1 is strongly supported. However, the effective implementation would require the legal authority and interoperability. Why do I say we require legal authority is that to access a certain database automatically, we need to have certain statutory backing. For example, in Indian context, can we directly access the Aadhaar database? No, we will require the citizen's consent. There is an Aadhaar Act which governs privacy norms. So more than having the technology to access it, we should have the legal framework which allows us for better control over this data without violating any law. The second point in this benchmark is that there should be interoperability of standards. So say we have, in the Indian context, we have so many databases. We have farmers database called Fruits. We have Aadhaar database. We have family database through the ration shop database. So there should be interoperability of standards within the databases so that we can pull out the data. This is the second benchmark. Now, next slide, please. Third benchmark. Yes, the aspirational benchmark number 3 is proactive voter services. Usually, when we think about a voter register, we are thinking in terms of the administrative convenience. We are thinking that the voter register should be very clean. The administration should not have any problems. When we call for elections and when we call for updations, everything should already be in order. The perspective is from the side of the administrator. But when we look at volume 1, benchmark 3 talks about the voter should no longer chase the system. The system should assist the voter. For this purpose, the future systems are expected to provide registration notifications, correction alerts, digital self-service portals, and integrated voter information platforms. So this is a future-ready register in terms of having focus more on the voter rather than having focus on the administration. Next slide, please. The aspirational benchmark 4. So out of 5, we have covered 3, just 2 more to go. Benchmark 4 is advanced register analytics. So when we look at advanced register analytics, the potential applications of an advanced register analytics include duplicate risk monitoring and the address quality assessment, role maintenance planning. The basic takeaway from this slide is that analytics should support better decisions, but it should not replace administrative judgment. So the emerging capabilities that we have, it should help us in understanding the data, the analytics much better, but it should not substitute administrative judgment. In this volume 1, the aspirational benchmark is slightly limited. There needs to be more understanding in terms of this particular benchmark. Next slide, please. Benchmark 5, the aspirational benchmark 5. This is the last benchmark. Responsible use of AI. Slowly and steadily, we are moving towards this benchmark. So the 5th benchmark concerns the responsible use of artificial intelligence. Potential applications include anomaly detection, predictive maintenance, citizen assistance, and workflow optimization. AI should strengthen electoral administration while preserving democratic accountability is the key takeaway. Which means what? That any system that we introduce, it should improve transparency, it should improve accountability, and it should definitely have human oversight. So even in this aspect, volume 1 has a limited takeaway because the scope of AI is still a developing scope and it will take some time. So out of 5 aspirational benchmarks, 3 are related to administrative decisions, and 2 are related to technology. The 3 are quite clear, and volume 1 covers them quite extensively, and the future that volume 1 shows us is quite sharp. But the last 4th and 5th aspirational benchmark, which is basically analytics and AI, which is technology driven, will require further understanding and further analysis from various countries. Next slide, please. So when we look at, I think we can skip the transferability because I've covered more or less all of this. We'll look at gaps. The next slide, please. Yeah, look at the gaps. So the core findings remain valid. Out of 5, 3 findings are absolutely valid, 2 are also valid. However, the evidence base can be further strengthened through additional examples from Bhutan, Maldives, the Samoan Islands, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados. A broader evidence base will strengthen an already sound framework. The framework is quite sound. We need more evidence. And next slide, please. Okay, let us finally conclude. The validation confirms that the major aspirational benchmarks identified in Volume 1 are well aligned. They are well aligned with emerging international trends, say near real-time updating, integrated data ecosystems, proactive voter services, the 3 I told you which are administrative in nature, then advanced analytics and responsible AI collectively represent the likely future direction of this PCVR system. So additional attention must definitely be given for understanding the transferability condition. Every country will be at a different level. India will be at a different level. But how we transfer to that particular stage of aspirational benchmarks, there should be additional attention given to that with oversight of human intervention. In the Indian perspective, I'll just conclude by saying this, that as from the Indian perspective, as voter registration systems evolve globally, the ultimate objective of any voter registration system, including the Indian system, must remain unchanged in the sense that it should ensure that every eligible citizen is accurately registered, effectively served, and confidently included in the democratic process. And in that direction, Volume 1 delivers the scope and direction quite accurately. With that, I conclude my presentation. I've kept it very crisp. I've finished it in 7 minutes. It is just 5 aspirational benchmarks, 3 are administrative, 2 are technology driven. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir, for introducing us to this PVVR
Raghavendra
model.
ji, your mic is muted, sorry.
Thank you for your valuable input, sir. We'll take
Thank you so much, Raghavendra.
We'll take forward and improve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And special thanks to Vastrat sir for inviting me to this gathering. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we'll continue hybrid model presentation. Now, next speaker is Dr. Sneha CV. She is a senior officer of the super time scale in the Karnataka Administrative Service. She is a medical graduate from Mysore Medical College. She has worked in several key administrative positions across Karnataka and presently Director, Department of Empowerment, Disability and Differently Abled and Senior Citizens. Her experience provides valuable insights into accessibility, inclusion, and citizen-centric governance. Kindly come and present, madam, on the hybrid model.
I request all speakers to be brief as far as possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think most of the part of this topic has already been covered by the previous speakers. So my main focus or concentration would be inclusion, accessibility to vulnerable groups. That is my main focus of this topic. First slide. Yeah. Okay. This is the like hybrid model, as the word itself says. It's a hybrid model, digital registration with assisted registration. This is what hybrid model stands for. What is operating in India is a hybrid model. We have digital registration of voters. Voters can register through mobiles, all the apps and everything. And also we have assisted registrations through booth level officers. We have booth level officers, we have all the forms, form 6, 7 and 8, as everyone will be knowing. Booth level officers will also help assistance in registration in the voter. With this, field level verification is there, multi-channel delivery system is there, and main objective of this is inclusion of all the sections of society, is preserving right to vote for everyone. Next slide. So this is the objective, as I have said. One is ease of registration, second one accessibility, third one inclusion of all the voters, fourth one preserving the right of every voter. Next one. First one, I will deal with ease of registration. Ease of registration, there are various forms of registration available in hybrid model. One is online registration, mobile registration, and the most important one which we do is BLO assisted registration, which is prevailing in India. There are many similar models in other countries like Australia, Mauritius and USA. These are the similar models. They do provide for digital and also field level registration. Next slide. What is the positive point about this? Is a multi-channel registration process. As everyone knows, more the avenues we have, better the registration process. Next slide. Next, coming to the accessibility through assisted registration. So assisted registration, what we have in India is through BLOs. Booth level officers will help all the voters to manually write the forms or help them to get registered. Even booth level officers have their mobile app. Through that mobile app, they do the registration process. So apart from digital registration, online registration, we have accessibility through booth level officers who do the registration, who do assistance in registration. Next slide. We have similar models in other countries also. Like in India, we have BLO assisted voter registration. Similar ways in Nepal, Fiji, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, we have people who do assist in registration. Next slide. So what is the validation? It is strongly validated. But what are the suggestions we have to look into is, this assisted service should be present throughout the year. It should not be like any particular period of the year. It should be present throughout the year. Next one. Inclusiveness. Inclusiveness of the digital disadvantaged voters. Who are these digital disadvantaged voters? As we know, not everyone is digitally literate. There are people who are literate, but still they may not be digitally literate. So the main focus of this hybrid assistance, model is assistance for this rural population who may not be digitally literate, elderly voters, low digitally literacy groups, marginalized groups. Marginalized groups means people who may be living separately or in certain secluded areas like Hardis and everything, where we need our officers, our BLOs to contact them and make them included in the voter list. They need our assistance. Person with disabilities. This is one of the main focus which I am main topic which I am focusing on, because being a disabled director and director for senior citizens, what are the assistance which have to be given to the disabled people and senior citizens so that they have to be included in the voter list. We have BLOs who contact these disabled people, senior citizens, and help them get registered in the voter list. Next slide. What is the validation? Validation is positive, but what are the suggestions? The suggestion is, what are the modus through which assistance is being given to people? How disabled can be helped to get into the voter list? How a senior citizen can be helped into the voter list? This has to be made explicit to everyone. Everyone should know, like what is, this awareness has to be more focus should be given into the awareness. How is it operating? That should be made more explicit. Next one. Now coming to the fifth point which I am stressing on is right to vote for every citizen. How it should be safeguarded. How we can safeguard the right to vote for every citizen is giving access to everyone. Whether they are digitally literate, not literate, they are in some secluded sections of the society, they are marginalized, they may be old, they may be vulnerable, they may be disabled. Everyone should have the access for getting registered and giving their vote. So in India, we have assisted BLO registration. As everyone knows, BLOs, we have booth level officers. At each booth level, they have the voter list. They assist the people, everyone, to get enrolled into the voter list. Similar models we have in Nepal, Australia, Mauritius, and many other countries. Next one. The validation, of course, like as it is, it's a very positively validated. But similar suggestions is more awareness has to be given and more awareness into how it operates. Everyone should know, even the disabled person should know that he can be registered and how he can be registered. Who are the people helping them, and even our booth level officers should know whom and all are the vulnerable sections of societies like senior citizens, disabled, marginalized people, so that they themselves approach them and get them registered into the voter list. Next one. This is a specific slide about disabled and vulnerable groups. Who are these vulnerable groups? Person with disabilities. In India, we have categorized 21 disabilities as the disabled under the Disability Act. We have 21 disabilities. We can list out many things, but the major one is blind, hearing disabled. These are the people who can vote. We have other sections of disabilities also, like mentally retarded, cerebral palsy and all. They may not be mentally stable to vote. So these people have to be specifically addressed. Blind, and every method of addressing each disability should be different. We cannot categorize all the disability into one section. Every disability is a different thing, and they have to be addressed in a different way. For example, hearing disabled may need more of audio support, and for a blind, they may need more of a braille support or even the audio support. So the focus should be more on that. Then inclusion of elderly voters. What, as a field level officer, what I have observed is our more concentration of registration or online registration, continuous registration would be focused towards young voters. We have a common assumption that senior citizens are already in the voter list. That should not be taken into the consideration. We should keep focus on including senior citizens, if at all they have excluded. They have to be specifically approached in this manner. Remote populations, as I told, hardies and specific areas where people might not know how to register, how to go and go for the registration and everything. There they need our assistance. Linguistic minorities, because most of our registration will be in Kannada, English, or maximum Hindi. There may be people who might not know these three languages. Then we need assistance for them specifically to help them to get enrolled in the voter list. Next one. So this validation, as it is strongly supported. What are the suggestions? Disability inclusive electoral technology. That's what I said. Disability include electoral technology means all disabilities should not be taken at same par. There are 21 disabilities, and each disability should be addressed specifically. What a blind needs may not be same what a deaf person needs. So the assistance and the way assistance, the type of assistance our booth level officers give, they should be aware of what to give, how to address each disability. Then accessibility by design and principles. In design only, we have to go for the accessibility for all the physically challenged senior citizens and other vulnerable sections of the society. Next one. This is a field verification. Field verification is more into the safeguarding that everyone is included, and also whoever is included is to the maximum accuracy. It gives accuracy to the voter list. Our BLOs in India, BLOs will do field verification. They do visit houses. Even the taluka level tahsildars will visit some 10%. Additional DC will visit 5%. Even the deputy commissioner will visit 1% of the houses, so that the verification is accurate and also everyone is included in the voter list. Similar models we have in Nepal, Sri Lanka and Mauritius. Next one. So this is strongly supported one. This is what are the suggestions? It's a similar way we have to discuss, we have to make everyone know what are the methods, and especially our field level officers know, and also the people know how to access or how to get assistance. Next one. Additional inclusion evidence which are present in other countries which can be included in India are Georgia. There are some of the additional inclusion models listed out here. In Georgia, Fiji, Seychelles, Panama and Sri Lanka, there have different models which can be included or looked into. Next one. Next one. Transferability or accessibility. This is a similar one for various sections, like somebody may be moderately digitally literate, somebody may be highly digitally literate, some people might not be literate at all digitally. For those people, we should have different models. Next one. Next one. So this is about same thing. It is a highly validated one, and it also, we should look into digital literacy, geographic dispersion. As I said, geographic dispersion means vulnerable sections who are away from the normal mainstream of the society. Institutional capacity and resource availability also we should look into. Next one. Yeah, basically it's to sum up the hybrid model. It's a multi-channel registration model where we have digital registration, we have assisted registration, which gives accessibility to all sections of society, inclusion of digitally disadvantaged people. We have field verification, voter right protection, and basically it is a citizen-centric delivery system. Next one. So what are the suggested modes of strengthening which can be looked into is one, accessibility. As I have stressed in my presentation, looking into the explicit treatment for physically challenged voters, looking into each and everyone needs. There are 21 types of different disabilities. Each and everyone should be addressed in a different manner. And also elderly. Continuous voter registration for elderly people should be focused on, rather than only focusing on the young voters. There may be elderly voters who might be excluded in the voter list. And also digitally not so literate voters. Previous one. Next, inclusion. Inclusion, we can add the models of other countries which I have listed in the previous slides: Panama, Georgia, Fiji, Seychelles and Sri Lanka. Right to safeguard, stronger discussion on right to safeguard, registration guarantees and grievance mechanism has to be looked into. Comparative evidence, broader use of hybrid model as shown in the document volume 2 which has been given to you. Last. So conclude this hybrid model, what I feel is the most inclusive model suitable for a country like India where the population is huge and we have all the different sections of society. Not everyone may be literate, neither we have all the types of literacy, we have all the types of people over here. So this hybrid model will preserve the right to vote of each and every citizen of the country with inclusion of certain suggestions and also certain specific practices in other countries. It can be strengthened. Thank you.
I thank you, Sneha Madam, for useful presentation on voter registration and accessibility. Now coming to the last session of today's workshop. So the continuation of PCVR model. May I request Shri Yashwant Sir, Deputy Commissioner Ramnagara, for giving us this presentation. Shri Yashwant Sir is an electronics and communication engineer and also holds MBA degree from IIM Bangalore. Before joining the civil services, he worked in leading private sector organizations including Flipkart. A member of 2010 batch of All India Civil Services, he is presently working as Deputy Commissioner and District Election Officer, Bengaluru South District. Sir will be telling us about validation of PCVR model, findings and minimum guarantees. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Raghavendra ji. Good evening, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank Kumar sir and Vastrat sir for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to go through some of the models. It's very interesting read. Rarely, once you're in the field, rarely you get an opportunity to go back to the academic world. And I thank both of you, sir, for providing an opportunity. So, the first slide, please. So my job is here to discuss about the PCVR, that is the permanent computerized voter registers, and also whether the volume 1 and 2 are accurately captured, or is there any lacunae in some of the aspects which have been in both the volumes. So permanent computerized voter register is also the basis also of our hybrid model, wherein there is a separate electoral roll which is maintained by an election management body, as in the case of our country. This is in contrast to the population-based registers. In population-based registers, we have a registry which is maintained either by the local bodies or a national authority which has been set up for the same purpose, which would say that all the people who are born in certain year would be entered into the list, and as soon as anybody dies, the name is deleted from the register, and that also forms the basis of the voter list. This is in contrast to PCVR, where a population register does not guarantee that your name is there in the voter election list. It is separately maintained by the election management body, and this is done with a purpose. In a population register based voter register, there can be allegations that the executive is one which populates the registers. The executive is not in the hands of the election management body. Whereas in a PCVR, ideologically, theoretically and principally, it is separately with the election management body. So election management body is alone. It will act alone, and it is solely responsible. Even if there are allegations, it will be on the election management body. It will not be on the local municipal bodies or on the executive bodies that you have not maintained the registers properly. So that is the advantage, that is the primary advantage of permanent computerized voter registers. Now, second slide please. So I've been asked to comment on the overall validations and the minimum guarantees. So PCVR is highly valid model, and the 5 guarantees have highly been substantiated in the volume 1 and 2, except for 1 or 2 minor improvements which can be done. So if some of the countries like Canada, which has a national register of electors, United Kingdom has a continuous electoral registration. It is similar to the electoral roll which we have in our country, and our electoral roll is mostly modeled on the UK electoral roll model. The next slide please. There are 5 minimum guarantees, and I'll speak on the 5 minimum guarantees. First one is, for any electoral roll to be valid, it should be continuously maintained, and in PCVR it is continuously maintained. There are cycles, there are like our annual cycles, SSRs, special summary revisions. There is an annual cycle in United Kingdom and in Canada also, and there are specific, for data reconciliation, there are specific times of reconciliation of appeals also provided, and there are quality checks also provided that the local administration has to periodically review. Like in our sense, we have the ERO has to review 5%, or the DO has to review 1%, the observer has to review on a 0.5%, so and so. The second slide please. Public verification and correction. So can anybody get added to PCVR? No, of course there should be some verification publicly by third-party bodies. In our system also we are adopted, and we publish our Form 6s and Form 8s and Form 7 periodically to the political parties. They also appoint BLAs, and it is open for anybody to question why a person is being included or why a person is being taken out of the electoral roll. So that is being followed in PCVR. There is a notification system, and SMS goes when somebody is applied for it. There are correction timelines, and there are also appeal this thing. Next slide please. accuracy and data correction. So with regard to accuracy and data quality, this is where in comparison to hybrid systems, the PCR appears to be more accurate, especially as the previous speakers have shown. Here we have the duplicate detection in PCVR. Since it is computerized, automatically the PSCs, the photo similar entries and the data similar entries are flagged. And in case of UK, such cases are published and they are open to public scrutiny. In India, it is not open to public scrutiny. It is handed over to the district officials for them to verify. Whereas in the case of some of the countries like Canada and UK, they are also published to the political parties and they also can give an input. So probably that is one of the borrowings which we can inculcate from PCVR to our hybrid system. Next slide, please. Accessibility and inclusion. Accessibility and inclusion is where the PCVR model scores the lowest in comparison to population model. If a person is left out, and let's say the BLO does visit home and is not there, and there's a person living alone and we have no cross-reference databases to cross-reference whether we are doing our job or not. An example would be, in a district, there is a district disabled welfare officer who has the list of all the disabled officers. Now the district disabled welfare officer does not check whether all the people are included in the voter list or not. Neither we do. We assume that the BLOs are doing their job and they're doing it correctly. Whereas in PCVR, what would happen in some of the countries like UK is, along with the BLOs, there are additional operatives who are coaxed into the election roll, and it is their duty that every register also merges with it. In the typical PCVR which we are following, unless he voluntarily puts Form 6 or our BLO, there is no other form of inclusion. But the Election Commission in the last few years has taken great steps, including enabling voting at home for the elderly and the disabled. So it's a great step from our Election Commission. Next step. Transparency and accountability. Again, all these registers in some of the countries are very publicly available. It is not so in our country. Of course, there are constraints, there are challenges to it. The law which defines some of these things are quite different from what it is in UK and in Canada. And population-based register automatically grants citizenship once their name is there in the register, whereas in PCVR, the citizenship is not granted. So that is why we are undergoing now an SIR to double confirm that yes, he is also a citizen and also this thing. So an electoral roll after SIR will also say that you are a citizen with a let's say a 99+% probability, whereas in a PRA it would be 100% that you are a citizen and you are this thing. So that would also guarantee his right. So my conclusion is that the volume 1 and 2 has covered very nicely the 5 minimum guarantees of the PCVR model. There has to be more examples quoted on inclusion. That is where there is a little shortage on the literature with respect to the accessibility and inclusion. Some examples might be put in on how remote populations of these different countries are factored into it, and that would make a report complete. I once again thank Honorable EC Commissioner and all the election officers for inviting me and providing this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable presentation. May I now request the last speaker of the day, Dr. Mahesh Babu, Director of Women and Child Development, to come over and give his presentation. Dr. Mahesh Babu is my colleague and a senior administrator and currently serves as Director of Women and Child Development, Government of Karnataka. He has extensive experience in public welfare, social development and governance reforms. He is widely recognized for promoting technology-enabled service delivery and inclusive governance initiative. Over to you, sir.
Ellargu namaskara. My topic is permanent computerized voter register. PCVR improves voter convenience, accessibility, inclusion, and protection of voters' rights. First slide, please. PCVR system focus on continuous voter registration, permanent maintenance of voter records, citizen verification and corrections, transparency and service delivery. Here the validation focus is on continuous registration, accessibility, citizen control, right protection. PCVR model, in this it eases registration, accessibility, inclusiveness. Next slide, please. Inclusiveness, right to safeguard, validation objectives to assess whether PCVR system improves case registration, accessibility safeguards are adequately reflected, inclusion outcomes are properly captured, voter rights protections are sufficiently addressed. Validation focus, permanent registration with the citizen-centric. Next. Yeah. So ease of registration through continuous registration, permanent voter register reduce the needs for repeated registration, exercise and enable continuous voter enrollment. Here the comparative electoral management body, that is evidence is Canada. We have taken Canada. Here Canada is a developed country where continuous registration through National Register Electoral, whereas UK, another European country, ongoing registration and updating opportunities. Uruguay, a Latin American country, permanent voter registration framework, and Barbados, a Caribbean island country, continuous voter roll maintenance. Next, here the validation assessment is strongly supported, followed by positive validation point. It correctly identifies continuous registration as a major convenience benefits. Suggested strengthening is includes more decisions on how continuous registration improves voter experience. Next slide, please. Next, accessibility through continuous upgradation. Continuous maintenance reduce the procedural barriers and facilitates easier voter participation. Here again, electoral management body system evidence, that is again Canada. Administrative update improves voter convenience. Then United Kingdom is a citizen can update registration information continuously. Uruguay, that is ongoing voters record maintenance. Barbados is accessible registration service throughout the electoral system. Whereas Trinidad and Tobago, that is again a Caribbean island, continuous voter service mechanism reduce registration burden, where validation assessment is supported. Positive validation point, it correctly links accessibility with the continuous registration opportunity. Suggested strengthening provide more practical illustrations of reduced voters burden. Next. Inclusiveness through register maintenance, that is permanent voter register contribute to more complete and inclusive electoral. Here the comparative electoral management body evidence is Canada, a continuous updating support broad voter coverage. With respect to United Kingdom, ongoing registration facility inclusion. Again, Uruguay, it is a permanent maintenance reduce omission risk, especially omission risk, whereas Barbados, regular updation improvement completeness. Here again, validation assessment is supported. Positive validation point, it correctly identifies register maintenance as an inclusive mechanism. Nearly a new eligible voters and mobile population may particularly benefit from the continuous registration maintenance. Next slide, please. Here this main targeted group is include mobile population, that is mobile population and mobile literacy, that is digital literacy, followed by young voters and newly eligible voters. Next slide, please. Next, rights, safeguard, verification and correction rights. Citizens should be able to verify and correct voter registration for information. That is comparative electoral management body evidence, that is Canada. Again, voter can verify and update registration details. United Kingdom individual registration review mechanism. Uruguay correction and verification procedure available, whereas Barbados, it is public verification opportunity. Again, here validation assessment is strongly supported. Positive validation point is it recognizes citizen verification as a key right safeguard, whereas suggested strengthening is expand decisions on appeals and grievances procedure. Again, here appeal and grievance procedure is a basic thumb rule of electoral registration. Then comes is accessibility for the vulnerable and special category. Vulnerable and special category, that is especially to the, next slide, especially to the elderly voters. Elderly voters, that continuous registration reduce repeated procedures, certainly. Rural population ongoing access opportunity improves participation. Persons with disability contour service channel support for accessibility, what you call worry zone. Then newly eligible voters, easier integration into the permanent register. Again here, validation assessment is supported. Suggested strengthening is disability inclusion, then accessibility by design, outreach to vulnerable groups. These are the things. Next slide. So transparency as a right safeguard. A permanent voter register should operate transparently to support public confidence. That is ultimate goal of any electoral mechanism. The comparative electoral management body evidence, again here Canada, public verification and correction mechanism. In United Kingdom it is transparent registration procedures, whereas in Uruguay it is a public oversight and voter registration, whereas in Barbados it is citizen review opportunity. So validation assessment is strongly supported. Positive validation point, it correctly links transparency with the protection of voter rights. Then suggested strengthening, decision notification mechanism and public awareness measures. Then comes is the additional inclusion evidence available in PCVR. That is observation, that is, it is realized primarily on Canada, United Kingdom and Uruguay, but additional PCVR evidence with respect to the countries like Bhutan, a landlocked country, inclusion voter registration administration, whereas in Maldives it is an island country in the Indian Ocean, a small island voter service accessibility, whereas Samoa, a Polynesian country in the Oceania, community-based registration support, followed by Trinidad and Tobago, again a Caribbean island, a continuous voter service mechanism, whereas Barbados, again a Caribbean island, where citizens service innovations and voter information accessibility. Validation assessment, it remains valid, but comparatively evidence may be broadened, and suggested strengthening is use wider PCR experience related to the accessibility and inclusion. Then here transparency, next slide please. Transparency of accessibility and rights safeguard. With respect to that, a comparative evidence of a continuous updating mechanism, that is administrative capacity, citizen awareness, verification opportunity and accountability arrangements are high in this zone, whereas validation assessment is broadly supported and positive validation point is correctly recognized, and suggested strengthening is transferability prerequisite for accessibility. Then the final validation conclusion. Final validation conclusion, it correctly identifies the primary accessibility, inclusion and right to protection of strength of PCVR. Here continuous voter registration, reduce procedural burden, broad voter coverage, citizen verification rights, transparency, accessibility, voter protection safeguard. These are the thumb rules. Followed by that, suggested strengthening is accessibility. Accessibility, more explicit treatment to persons with disability, than elderly and remote population. Whereas inclusion is additional examples like Bhutan, a landlocked country, a certain demographic patterns, then Maldives, again Indian Ocean small island group, Samoa, a Polynesian, a culturally unified Polynesian population, followed by Trinidad and Tobago. Right safeguard, that is stronger decisions on appeal and grievances redressal. This is the thumb rule for any registration process, where appeals, grievances and redressal and correction rights to the voters. Then comparative evidence broadly used for all PCR and electoral management body as documented. Overall validation is it's strengthened by providing a more detailed treatment of vulnerable groups, citizen service mechanism, grievances redressal procedure and other conditions necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh, for a cross-country run of the PowerPoint slides. I know you would have done much more with had you given more time. Thanks for your inputs. Now, in the concluding session, we have Dr. S. Madheswaran. He is advisor in Jain University and former director of ISEC. Professor Madheswaran is one of the India's most distinguished development economists. He is an econometrician. He has served as director of Institute of Social for Economic Change. He was vice chancellor of Gandhigram Rural University, economic advisor to the government of Karnataka, chief evaluation officer of Karnataka Evaluation Authority. He is currently advisor to the Jain University and has contributed extensively for the public policy, governance, and electoral studies. He has been the author of our two of our KAP surveys and also N-line survey, and also for the personal disability survey for that he has done for us. We are honored to have you, sir. May I request you to give the overall validation of the TDVR report. But I request you kindly to be brief, sir. We are all overtired. Thank you. Please. After this, the students have to answer to the questions raised by Mr. Hiramat.
Your slide is ready? Huh? Ready? Okay, fine. So, respected CEO, Mr. Anand Kumar, my dear friends, Mr. Vastrad and Mr. Hiramat and Raghavendra Jain, CEO, and of course, the Chief Electoral Office is my own department, like almost like 7 projects I have completed with your office, and of course I was so friendly with every officers, right from Ramesh who was giving a presentation. I was worked with him during 2018. Of course, it's a very wonderful moment that till we got the Best Election Commission Award for the disability thing and written a great excellent plan. So today, as Mr. sir always, he pulls my leg. Of course, he knows me for long, and he says that this Padeshwaran will talk too much. And basically, I'm a teacher, and I teach a very hard subject called econometrics. So normally, I train all the probationary IES and ISS officers, and they will sit in my class 6 hours continuously, but without boring. Now, don't think that is a lost session. It is a very engagement session. And most of the youngsters sitting here, of course, I'm very happy that our CEO given a very great respect to the academic counterpart, that he has invited a lot of students and the teachers and so on and so forth. So now today my responsibility in this evening is to provide the overall assessment of the report that has been presented. Of course, right from the morning you have listened bits and pieces, and as Vasudharaj sir was saying that don't think that you have a diminishing marginal utility. So I see to that you will get the increasing marginal utility. And suddenly there was a call 2 days back from Vasudharaj ji and Hiramat ji, and they had given the punishment to me that, you know, you have to read the whole 2 volume. Of course, I used to travel from airport. My home is near Chikajala to Jainagar, Jain University. 2 hours I travel in the car, and way back 2 hours. There are 4 hours I'm traveling every day. See, these 2 days, that 4 hours, I didn't feel that there is a traffic. There was a traffic and there was boring sitting in the car, because he made me to engage, to look at and to review critically and evaluating the comprehensive report within a short period of time. Despite the time constraint, I made every effort to carefully read and analyze and reflect upon the report from multiple perspectives. And of course, on the whole, this version, I want to say I join everybody. It sounds authoritative, appreciative, and intellectually engaging for a assessment session. I think assessment or a validation session of the Election Commission. And I congratulate, though the time is very short, still I have to congratulate the CEO and his whole team. Vasudharaj sir, Hiramat, and the whole team have worked tremendously for producing a timely, relevant, and thought-provoking report that addresses the several important issues, which is the need of an hour. Because the technology, we are living in the technology, we lived with the ICT, now we have transferred to AI world. So it's very timely. And let me talk about the next slide, please. So I don't want to talk about, this is the last slide, overall assessment, but in the sense that the way in which I put the overall assessment in the first slide is that I know that Vasudharaj will say that, you know, there'll be 3 minutes talk for you. suddenly. So that's what I have put overall assessment. Of course, you have a great strength. You have a great strength in the sense that it's a well-structured, clearly written and policy-relevant introductory chapter that successfully establishes the significance, purpose, scope, and the direction of the study. The major strength is a very clear, rational, comprehensive, thematic coverage, well-defined objectives, strong practitioner orientation, careful delimitation of scope, and recognition of the contextual diversity in voter registration system. The chapter succeeds in convincing readers of the importance of the topic and provides a coherent framework for the study. While the chapter would benefit from a stronger, the next slide, please. I've just put this overall, I'm just talking about the chapter 1. The chapter, so far I spoke about the chapter 1. It is a comprehensive coverage and well-defined objectives, and this is practitioner orientation. And it's a careful delimitation was done in the introduction chapter, and also there is a contextual diversity, basically acknowledges the variations in legal, institutional, and socio-political environmental across countries. And also, it is a strong foundation, which I want to say, it provides a coherent framework that effectively prepares the reader for the comparative analysis in the latter chapter. So it is set a context, but nevertheless, as an academician, I just looked at the introduction. It will be very good that if we put a conceptual framework, so that leads to the next chapter. So the next slide, please. This is the strength of the first slide. Now I'm going for an improvement or a suggestion, I call it as. I don't want to call it as comments, I want to call it as suggestion or an improvement. Next slide, please. I put it in a different style. Yeah, this is more interesting, that we know that this particular figure, if you look at that, so the technology is only the starting point, not the final determinant of electoral integrity. So it shows a sequential path in which technology adoption improves administrative efficiency, enhances data accuracy, strengthens transparency and accountability. It builds the public trust and ultimately contributes to the electoral integrity and the democratic legitimacy. So in this case, that the key inside of the framework is that the pathway, of course, this already have in your introduction, but I wanted to make that there should be a pathway in the introduction so that it'll be interesting for even the election commission there in Delhi, so that they'll be able to understand quickly. As a policymaker, most of the time, they don't have time to read page by page. At least this kind of a thing will settle that by looking at that one infographic, that they will understand this is the first chapter contains. So what I want to say is that this framework is a pathway which is influenced by several enabling and moderating factors, which includes strong legal regulatory framework, institutional capacity and administrative readiness, digital infrastructure and interoperability, cybersecurity and data protection mechanism, and accessibility and inclusion safeguards and political and social context. So within this, you have a causal path, and within this, you have an outcome. So in a way that I don't want to spend more time, so that I want to say that the technology alone is not equivalent to electoral integrity. So this particular chapter, you have to bring a central message is very clear. From the first chapter, is that this infographic says very clearly, technology plus good governance plus inclusion plus public trust equal to electoral integrity. So suppose the people, they miss, you have written very nicely, but the thing is that some people, they're reading that technology alone leads to electoral integrity, but which is not. So the whole pathway says that technology plus good governance plus inclusion plus public trust is equal to electoral integrity. That is the message which I would like to say. In the first chapter, I request Vastraj sir and the Hiramat sir and CEO sir to consider this suggestion very humbly. And the second chapter, look, go to the second chapter. So I go by second chapter, so I will not bore you. So the second chapter, the strength is, I don't want to read much because the time is short. Everyone has presented here. Most of the bureaucrats that have presented here. The comprehensive literature coverage, I congratulate you. And the strong international perspective that you have. And useful typological classification you had given. An extensive review of, as CEO has given the final inaugural talk, the extensive review of 87 EMBs. Everything is there. Attention to emerging governance challenges also you have brought it. And also high policy relevance and practical utility also you have brought it. So the strength of the chapter lies in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parameter which I have looked at. It is a very good strength. But the thing is that I just wanted to move to your, think aloud. Think aloud in the second chapter, some improvement. Next slide, please. So this particular chapter basically it compiles the global evidence, but its greatest opportunity for the improvement lies in moving from descriptive inventory of technologies to an analytical framework explaining how different voter registration models affect integrity, inclusion, efficiency, cybersecurity, and sustainability. So such a framework would substantially enhance the report's value for the policymakers. So the EMBs and the democratic governance policymakers, not only policymakers, even for the EMBs and the democratic governance institution. So by looking at this figure, the improvement which I'm saying in the second chapter is that the strengthening of the global evidence review for the policy impact. My suggestion is how to strengthen the second chapter to the policy impact. So in this case that you can see there is a recommended analytical framework for chapter 2 was given, and I'll just read the key messages out of that. So what is this figures exclusively tells you? It transformed from a largely descriptive literature review to a systematic and policy-oriented analytical framework. So it demonstrates that simply compiling information of voter registration technologies is sufficient for evidence-based policy making. So instead, a rigorous review process should begin with systematic identification, screening, and synthesis of evidence, followed by analysis across 5 critical dimensions. The 5 critical dimensions are electoral integrity, inclusion, efficiency, cybersecurity, and sustainability. So this framework highlights that the policymakers require answers not only about technologies are being used, but also about which systems work, under what condition, for whom, and at what cost. That is the important one. So by incorporating scholarly debates, comparative analysis, and systematic review methods, this chapter can generate a very strong policy lesson and more reliable standards for the electoral management bodies. Ultimately, they figure this particular diagram emphasizes that the better evidence leads to better policy decision, stronger voter registration system, enhanced public trust, and improved electoral integrity. So the technology should therefore be, the key message is that the technology should therefore be evaluated through a multi-dimensional governance lens rather than as a purely technical solution. That is what, it's already there, but I just wanted to tinker the chapter in such a way that how this particular review, what you have done, which leads to the pathway for how to take it to strengthen for the policymakers. This is what my idea. So my third chapter, next third chapter, the strength again, once again, all of these speakers, they spoke about the strength and everything, but still, it is my duty to say in a comprehensive report, comprehensive report, there is innovative applications and there is an extensive geographic coverage, systematic comparison of water registration model, and focus on key challenges and institutional learning and practical insights. And also, this report is strong policy relevance and contribution, particularly the third chapter. But the improvement is, I'll take only 3-4 minutes. There are some chapters I quickly go through because I don't want to explain because everybody has told that, but I want to put it in this slide for the sequence. And next is, what is the improvement? The improvement is here, this particular diagram, if you look at it, how to strengthen the comparative case studies for generating rigor, balance, and the policy relevance. So in this case that, I don't want to say many things, of course everything, if you could see that, everything people spoke about it, biometric and cybersecurity and so on and so forth, everything they talked about it, and this is this particular diagram, strongest, most policy relevant section of the report. So in this case that, it is analytical value can be further enhanced through greater methodological rigor and transparency. So it emphasized the need to clearly explain your CRITR framework, including case selection procedures, scoring methods, scoring criteria, reliability measures, so on and so forth. But the message from here, the key message is that good case studies describe success, excellent case studies explain why success occurred, when it fails, under what condition lessons can be transferred to other contexts. That's what I want to say. The fourth chapter. The fourth chapter, strength. I'll just completing the fourth, fifth, sixth, so it will go very fast. Don't worry about it. The fourth chapter is, of course, as usual, already the speakers have mentioned that these are all the strength of the fourth chapter, which I have documented. Of course, right from the morning, there are various speakers. They spoke about the strength, which I don't want to get into the paucity of time. Only thing is, let me talk about the improvement. So the comparative analysis and synthesis, some kind of a suggestion for the improvement. So the thing is that this particular framework suggests that comparative analysis should move beyond pattern recognition to measuring performance through indicators such as inclusive score, integrity score, and digital readiness score. So again, this particular figure demonstrates that the visual tools such as technology, maturity pathway, comparative strengths matrix, and registration model decision tree can significantly improve communication of complex findings to the policymaker. And of course, what is the central message here? I don't want to go because it takes time. The central message from this improvement is that the technology outcomes are shaped not only by digital tool, but also by institutional capacity, governance quality, implementation effectiveness, and country context. So that's how it is. And the chapter 5. Next, chapter 5, of course, as usual, I don't want to read the strength of it, and I'm just passing this slide for the people to know that what are the strengths. But this particular suggestion for improvement as far as the global model standards and best practice framework concern is that it provides a valuable standards and best practice framework. Its credibility and practical usefulness will be strengthened by clearly explaining how the standards were derived. So the central message is from this improvement is that effective electoral standards require 4 pillars: evidence, validation, prioritization, and affordability. So without these elements, even well-designed standards may face implementation challenges, particularly in developing countries with the limited resources. So a transparent, validated, and paced standard framework would significantly improve policy relevance, operation, feasibility, and long-term sustainability of voter registration reform. So in this case, that very in a mathematical way, I say that strong standard equal to evidence-based design plus expert validation plus priority setting plus resource feasibility, which equals to the stronger electoral integrity and the public trust. And the last chapter, of course, again, as usual, due to paucity of time, I just list out for the perusal of the audience. And let me talk about the last chapter, basically conclusion forward. And I have some suggestions for the improvement in the conclusion, which will be highly useful for the policymakers. And the key message here in this diagram is the need for a future research agenda focusing on areas such as artificial intelligence in voter registration, blockchain-enabled verification system, privacy governance, cybersecurity preparedness, and digital inclusion. So, this case that this figure proposes 4 phases strategic roadmap for EMP modernization and beginning with foundational reform. Now, with all these things, the key policy message of the final chapter is the future voter registration is not about technology alone. As usual, I am reiterating. It's about creating a trusted, inclusive, and secure and future-ready electoral system capable of adapting to emerging opportunities and risks. So the strong governance plus inclusion plus trust plus smart technology plus resilience equal to sustainable electoral integrity and the public confidence. That is the message. It should come out from your final thing. And I don't want to get into, the next slide is, I don't want to get into what I call some of the additional cross-cutting. It is a cross-cutting recommendation. Of course, I leave it to the key message is, so the stronger, this particular figure stresses the importance of dedicated methodology chapter, how to revamp the methodology chapter, explaining the CRI-TR framework, and the key message is stronger visuals plus quantitative evidence plus methodological transparency plus richer academic references equal to higher quality research, greater credibility, and stronger policy impact. Of course, for a policy audience such as Election Commission, IITEM, the most valuable contribution of this report is not the descriptive of international practice, but the strategic lesson that can guide the future modernization of India's voter registration ecosystem. And of course, as usual, normally I put, this is my last slide, last but one, what should Election Commission of India learn? And of course, the foremost lesson is technology should be viewed as a governance tool rather than merely an administrative innovative. And second, the second is the importance of continuous voter registration. And the third is the report demonstrates growing importance of interoperability and data integration. In the inaugural session, Sir was talking about it. And the fourth is the report emphasized that cybersecurity has become a core electoral integrity issue. And finally, that this report underscores inclusion must remain central to the electoral modernization. These are all the action taken point from this report to the Election Commission. That's what I felt it. And of course, next is the suggested roadmap. I'm not going to spend much time, just a matter of 30 seconds. Next. Yeah, this is the last one, no? This is the last slide. Yeah, this is the, of course, yeah, he's making joke, don't worry about it. Anyhow, of course, already the previous speaker was talking about the particular chapter, the kind of a roadmap for the Election Commission. but I had given a very detailed roadmap for 1 to 3 years. That would be improve electoral roll accuracy, expand citizen-centric digital service, and what he called strengthen cybersecurity, enhance inclusion, measure and establish electoral governance standard. It's a more priority. And the medium-term priorities, of course, it is a very good information in the infographic that I don't want to read much. This is 3 to 7 years, and the long-term plan which has been put. I don't want to spend much time on it. Of course, this can be added in the report at the conclusion chapter. And thank you very much for making me to read this report for about 8 to 10 hours. And once again, I thank the CEO and Vastraj sir and Hiramat for making me to give a presentation here. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very extensive study and lucid presentation with very fantastic slides. Now I request our Chief Electoral Officer to give the concluding remarks after 5 hours of active deliberations. Welcome, sir.
So, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. We have come to the conclusion. Dr. Madheshwaran, Mr. Vastrad, Mr. Hiramat, and ladies and gentlemen. So, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10:30 ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ we listened to all the speakers. We discussed very many chapters. I don't want to, summarize again. If you have any questions, we'll take some questions. Otherwise, I'll conclude. ಯಾರು ಏನೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀರಾ? We'll discuss over coffee also. Fine, okay. Anyway, so as we come to the close of the International Workshop on Technology-Driven Voter Registration, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, experts, stakeholders, academicians, and participants for their valuable contributions to the important validation exercise. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾದ ಅನುಭವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮ್, ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ದೇರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಆನ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲೂ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರು presentations ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So all your suggestions will be very, very valuable. We'll take it very seriously. Definitely it will help us. And Professor Madheshwaran assessment ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. Definitely we'll add all your inputs and suggestions into the our work, and we'll send to Election Commission of India. I sincerely thank everybody, all the speakers, academicians, and research assistants, and technicians who have helped, and especially Mr. Vastrad and Mr. Hiramat and Mr. Mahendra for all your hard work, and Mr. Tirupati and Mr. Karthik, and all the technical people who have supported, and all the participants who have listened from morning tirelessly. So we conclude this session by now, and I invite all of you for a coffee. Kindly join us for a coffee. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.